All right, and if all counsel would approach briefly, please.
Congratulations, Crestview's very own Dixie Dan Powell of Powell.
All right, Mr. Welton, save you a few steps. Granted.
As the attorneys are going back, Mr. Miller will be making his way to the podium, Your Honor. This is the matter of State of Florida versus Michael Miller, case 2024 CF 971. I've handed the court a pretrial intervention agreement. One unique character in this, Judge, is we would like to have his plea withdrawn on the record under oath. This was, for all purposes and concerns in dealing with discovery with the state, it was a loan from the victim, Terry Tucker, to Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller has agreed to a PTI to make sure that loan is paid back within those 10 months. If it is not paid back in the 10 months, he understands that having withdrawn his plea and stipulating to the facts that it would be a admission for purposes of sentencing for the case number 2024 CF 971. And we would go directly, if it's not paid back within the 10 months, go directly to a sentencing in the case. And he is aware of that. I've gone over that with Mr. Miller, and he assures me he will comply with the PTI in full. The terms and conditions of the PTI, Judge, are basically to repay the $21,075 plus the 4% surcharge through the probation and parole, the $40 per month cost of supervision by probation and parole, and the 4% surcharge. There's also the payment of court costs in the amount of $615 and no contact with Mr. Tucker.
All right. You need to pass that to probation.
I gave them one that was also, we have two originals, Judge.
Okay.
And so you have the signed copy, and then they will be filing theirs when it's signed by probation.
Okay. And so what we'll do is just set this for a status to be sure the paperwork is done. So we'll set that on the next cycle, and assuming that it all comes back in, then you won't need to be here. But, you know, the old wag about, you know, when the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem's a nail. So we set every case for a docket to be sure that the paperwork's done. And that date would be, Madam Clerk, for status only? May 12th.
You understand the status. They're just confirming that everything's filed. So May 12th, we don't have to show if everything's been filed.
All right. Anything else for you, Mr. Welton?
No, Your Honor, that's all I have.
All right, thank you now. Good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sutherland, please.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Sutherland.
Jared Sutherland on behalf of Mr. Hadrian Mojica for Keith Kilpatrick. This is case number 24 CF 2390. We have assigned and completed negotiated plea agreement in his matter, if you'd like me to.
If you'd announce the terms and conditions first, and then you can pass it
Sure
forward.
thing, Judge. For count one, the count would be reduced from burglary of a dwelling while armed to a burglary of an unoccupied dwelling. It would be a withhold of adjudication, 5 years of felony probation with all the standard conditions, no contact with the victim, autumn hooks, complete an anger management course, no trespassing at 1823 Whispering Oaks Lane, Fort Walton Beach, Florida, 32547. Forfeit all firearms, which he is not currently in ownership or possession of any firearms. 48 hours of community service work. For count two, carrying a concealed firearm without a permit, it would be a withhold of adjudication and 5 years of probation concurrent with count one. For count three, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent, it would be a withhold of adjudication, 5 years of probation concurrent with count one and count two. And then for criminal mischief, $200 and under, it would be a withhold of adjudication, 6 months of probation concurrent with count one, count two, and then count three. And there is no objection from the state to transferring this probation up to Virginia, where he currently resides. I know that he will have to go through the application process for that, and he is aware of that.
Fines, fees, and costs, Madam Clerk. All right, raise your right hand, please. That's okay. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Sutherland said on your behalf and signed the written plea form?
Yes, sir.
How old are you and how far did you go in school?
19 and I graduated.
All right. You able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
And is what you read in the plea form what Mr. Sutherland just announced?
Yes, sir.
The only exception would be, as the clerk indicated, you have $867 in court costs.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you understand by this plea arrangement that you're pleading no contest to the announced charges?
Yes, sir.
And by pleading no contest, I understand you to say that you believe the state has the evidence necessary to find you guilty of this charge and you're not going to contest that.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand by making this plea, you're waiving your right to a trial by jury where the state would have to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, sir.
In this case, your adjudication will be withheld and you're going to be on probation for 5 years, and that's concurrent with all counts, correct, Ms.
Yes, Your
Sutherland?
Honor.
And you'll have some special conditions, including no contact with the victim, the anger management, no trespassing, and if there are firearms, you must forfeit them.
Yes, sir.
And in addition to the standard terms and conditions of probation. Now, Ms. Sutherland announced one particular special condition is that you wish to go back to Virginia, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you need to understand that you're going to have to go through the process to be transferred to Virginia. I don't have anything to do with that. Virginia and the state of Florida make that decision.
Yes,
If Virginia says, we don't want you, then you're going to have to stay in Florida. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With that, has Mr. Sutherland answered all your questions about this plea and how it affects you?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with how you've been represented in this case?
Yes, sir.
Court will find the plea to be freely involuntary. Well, hold on, Mr.
I just
Gilman.
wanted the record to reflect this is a downward departure for the purposes of legitimate uncoerced plea bargain. We did speak with the victim, and this particular plea is exactly what the victim wanted, Your Honor, and I just wanted that to be on the record.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to review the score sheet and any issues, any
There was
correction?
no objection to the score sheet, Your
Okay,
Honor.
all right.
Oh, the updated one, okay.
And do we have a statute number for the lesser included on count one? Reduction?
It would be Florida statute 810.02.
And Ms. Southern, the reason,
Yes, I'll get the subsection for you, Judge. I wasn't ready for that yet.
That's okay. And I empower the clerk to do this. I'd rather handle it once than do
Of
it over.
course, yes.
It would be um, 810022C.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez.
All right. All right. And if you'd pass the score sheet forward, I'll take care of that right now. Come on, yes, you're fine. All right, with that, I'll find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into, and I'll accept the plea. Now, you'll need to report to probation. You can stop by there on your way out, and they'll give you instructions about what you need to do, okay? All right, thank you now.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Good day.
Your Honor, can I approach very briefly?
Yes, sir.
From 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We're located in historic downtown Crestview at 107 North Main Street. Call 850-683-1045.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999. We're state licensed and insured, family owned and operated with 24 years of local service. We specialize in shingles and metal, re-roofs, repairs, and leak specialists. For all of your roofing needs, call us today or visit our website at cqroofing.com. CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer.
Hey, I'm David at Family Vision of Crestview. We've been providing excellent optical service for Northwest Florida for over 34 years. Come in and let us take care of you.
All right, Mr. Heath.
Good morning, Your Honor. Please the court. I have two cases before the court this morning. The first one's going to be case number 24-CF-1714. That's going to be State of Florida versus Harrison Lee.
All right.
Judge, we have deposition set for the one victim, set for April 1st. So we respectfully request to continue one cycle to figure out where we are. There is an outside chance, just in candor to the court, that this may get resolved before then. We're working diligently on it. If it does, we'll get back before the court, get it squared
And who
away.
is it that you need to take the deposition of?
It's going to be the one victim in the case, Your Honor, and I don't have that name in front of me.
And is that set yet?
It is, and it's been noticed. It's on the docket, Your Honor.
State?
No objection, Your Honor.
It'll be continued. Madam Clerk? And if you do find a resolution, Ms. Heath, you know you can set it any time, and I'll take that plea.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The second case is going to be case number 24-CF-281. It's going to be State of Florida versus Leah Swan.
Yes.
Judge, this is the first time up, and may we approach for a moment, Judge?
Yes.
This is Tiffany Woodham, State Farm's newest agent in Crestview. I'd like to personally invite you to stop by my office for a no-cost policy review. Let me help you start saving today. Call in, walk in, or click in at yourcrestview.agent.com.
Alex Barthay from the UPS store once again, and I wanted to let you know about our Sunday hours. We're open now 7 days a week. Normal hours that you've been expecting, but now we're open Saturday 10 to 4, Sunday 10 to 3, and that's both our Crestview, Fort Walton Beach, and Eglin Air Force Base locations. So you have things to do, go and do it. Just know the UPS store is going to be here. Again, Sundays 10 until 3 p.m.
For years, I proudly served Florida as a state trooper. During that time, I investigated over 1,000 car, motorcycle, and trucking crashes. My mission was simple, to help the victims. Now, as an injury attorney, I can do even more to help accident victims. Hi, I'm attorney Coy Browning. If you've been injured in a car accident, I'd be honored to help you. Call or visit us at browninglawfirm.com.
Hi, I'm Wanda Roberts. For the last 20 years, I've been helping the residents of Northwest Florida
Anything
buy
else
and
for you
sell
to
their
do, Mr.
properties.
No, Your Honor, that's
My
all.
office.
Okay, thank you, good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gilbert.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Gilbert.
Michael Gilbert on behalf of Michael Turner in 25 CF 85. I'm here to do a change of plea, not guilty to no contest. Want me to read in the terms?
Yes, sir. Tucker, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Your Honor, in 25 CF 85, Mr. Tucker was originally charged with cruelty toward a child without great harm and 2 counts of felony battery. He's agreed to plea in count 1, no contest to a lesser included offense of contributing to delinquency of a minor. I believe that's Florida Stat 82704. And there will be no action on counts 2 and 3. The terms will be, defendant would be adjudicated guilty to the lesser included offense of contributing to delinquency of a minor, serve 11 months, 29 days probation, no violent contact with minor AG, substance abuse evaluation and any recommended treatment, no alcohol while on probation, anger management evaluation, and any recommended treatment, complete parenting classes at court costs of $270. May I approach?
Granted.
Can you restate that section number?
827.04.
Is there a subsection? Subsection 1, it's first degree misdemeanor.
So with the plea, the state will no prosecute counts 2 and 3, is that right?
Judge, state actually only filed 1 count of child abuse.
Okay, all right. And so with that, it's the lesser included.
Yes.
And this misdemeanor only.
Yes.
Proper fines, fees, and costs are the, Madam Clerk? All right. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Gibbs said on your behalf and signed the written plea form?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you're pleading no contest to the announced charge?
Yes, sir.
And that says to me, you believe the state has the evidence necessary to convict you of this charge, and you're not going to contest that?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you're waiving your right to a trial where the state would have to prove your guilt?
Yes.
And in this case, you'll be adjudicated guilty of this charge. You'll be on 11 months, 29 days of probation, no violent contact with the victim. You'll do the evaluation of recommended treatment, no alcohol while on probation, and the anger management evaluation of recommended treatment and the parenting classes, as well as the standard conditions of probation. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
If the court find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into, and accept the plea with the adjudication. Thank you.
And last case, Your Honor, covering for Robert Dees and for James Montgomery in 24 CF 2741. I have a waiver on file. I understand discovery was received on Friday.
And who is it? James Power, is that right?
James Montgomery.
The James Montgomery Power, Your Honor, yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry if I get, that's what I have.
All right. I'm sorry to interrupt, go ahead.
So they received discovery on Friday. They've been in contact with state, and they're looking at resolving this through a misdemeanor plea request to continuance to get it done.
And just for the court's awareness, I have spoken with Mr. Dees about that. I believe this agreement's pretty much completed. He just needs to run it by his client, and then he's going to have him in for an early plea, Your Honor.
So a full continuance or move it to docket day to take the plea on docket day?
I would defer to Mr. Gilbert on that. I haven't spoken with Mr. Dees about how far he wants the continuance out. I know that in the email that I spoke with him, he said we're going to get it in well before the next docket day of plea.
And this defendant may be out of state, so there may be an issue that could slow this up. His request is for a continuance.
I can always let Mr. Dees know to put it on for an earlier date once he speaks with his client.
Okay, but you have an agreement, it's just a matter of getting the defendant in for the deal.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. I'll grant the continuance, Madam Clerk, it'll be 5/12. And he can bring him in anytime to get the plea. Just let the state and Madam Clerk know.
We'll pass it on, Your Honor.
All right.
That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Good day. Mr. Cotton.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to be 3 lawyers today, just so the court can prepare.
Okay.
First one I'll be is me.
Who are you going to be first?
I'm going to be me, Judge.
Okay.
First case I have is Dennis Rethmeyer. Your Honor, I've been working with the state on that case. We are trying to get to a resolution on that case. I've made an offer for the state to review. In order for them to fully review it, they needed to get the transcripts from deposition. Ms. Bergman provided information to my office. I know those have been ordered. They're waiting on the transcripts, I believe. Is that accurate, Mr. Attorney?
That's correct. They said it'd be a number of business days before we can get them.
Judge, I believe that based on my discussions with the state, my discussions with my client, we need a continuance in this case, but this case should be ready to be resolved or tried on the next cycle.
That's correct.
Okay. Madam Clerk? Yes. All right, it'll be continued May 12th.
Your Honor, the next case I have is Demi Martinez. That's case number 24CF2107. Your Honor, that case, the state has made a PTI offer on that. I have I've got my client scheduled to discuss that, but my client has some immigration issues that are going to go along with that resolution potentially. I'm working to try to get in touch with an immigration lawyer that can help give my client some advice on how this PTI may affect her. The offer is at this point a PTI with a plea. And Ms. Berrickman and I have worked on discussions with that. Your Honor, just because of the time it might take to be able to fully advise her of her immigration rights in that issue and for her to make some decisions on the case, we're requesting one more continuance. I believe this case should also be able to be resolved by the next cycle if we could have a continuance.
Stay.
No objection, Judge.
All right, it'd be 512, right, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Judge.
All
The
right,
next
thank
set of
you.
I'm sorry, Judge, I did not mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
Your Honor, the next set of cases I have is going to be for Mike Gates. And the first case is going to be Brad McGehee. Your Honor, it's my understanding that's a first time up. I believe Mr. Gates needs time to review the discovery, meet with the client, and discuss any potential defenses before moving forward on that case. I think it's 24 CF 2862, I believe is the case number.
State.
State has no objection, Your Honor.
And looks like we had an amended information filed on 131.
Okay. And Judge, I can't speak to the discovery that was or wasn't received on that at this point, but certainly we will find out. I will update Mr. Gates on that and let him confirm that he's received that information and can move forward.
All right, it'll be continued 512.
Okay. Madam Clerk, the next one I just want to check. There is an A-N-H-L-O-A-N, first, last name Son. It's my understanding that is off the docket with a PTI, but I just want to confirm that that's no longer on your docket. Okay. Your Honor, the next case I have is Gabriela Lopez, case number 24 CF 2273. Mr. Gates is requesting a continuance for deposition in that. I do not know if deposition has been set.
We've had one of the depositions. We attempted to depose the store clerk who entered into the contract for the property. We're just needing to get that deposition done, and in this case, we'll be ready for a landing. I don't believe that's been scheduled yet, but.
Well, my notes from last time said you had deposition set for 2/17, and we reset it today.
Judge,
So-
I can speak to that based on what Mr. Gates told me. I think based on what Mr. Gomez has stated, that is accurate. They did do depositions. One of the people didn't show up because they live out of state, I believe, in Mississippi. Is that the one?
That's correct.
So I think it needs to be reset because that witness is no longer in state.
And that, for the court's awareness, that witness's name is Tobias Davis, Your Honor.
Say again?
That witness's name is Tobias Davis.
All right. That's not been set at this point in time.
It has not been set yet, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be continued to 512.
Your Honor, the last case Mr. Gates has is Todrick Robinson. That's case number 24 CF 2226. I believe that Mr. Gates is representing, I think he got an offer from the state on Friday on that. He needs to review that with his client. He's asked for a continuance to be able to resolve this by plea or trial on the next cycle. Is that what you discussed? I know that there'll be a trial. I think there's a.
He's had an offer for a long time.
I think there was an updated one.
He countered
Okay.
and was waiting on my response.
Okay.
And he got that response on Friday.
Okay. Judge, I believe there's potential incarceration with that offer that obviously there would be, if it's resolved by that, arrangements would need to be made.
Case been pending since September.
If
set it off again for depositions, which were supposed to be on 2/24, and we have an offer and sounds like an acceptance. Why can't we set this to take the plea next week?
If we can approach, I talked to Mr. Gates earlier.
This is just 1 block south of the courthouse in historic downtown Crestview. Give us a call at 850-398-5389.
Hi, I'm Michael Gilbert, defense attorney with Warrior Law. I represent those accused in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton County. If you or anyone you know has been accused of a crime, give us a call. We can help.
Hello, this is Chris Norman at Bulldog Bail Bonds. Our office is in Crestview, Florida, but we service 7 Northwest Florida counties. If you ever find yourself in a jam, please give us a call. We're here to help you out.
Your Honor, that's all I have for Mr. Gates. I have one case for Cassie Reed on Mitchell McNabb, case number 24CF2631. Your Honor, it's my understanding from Ms. Reed that she has received discovery in that case. She has relayed to me that she believes there's some that is outstanding, but I don't know if it's a discovery outstanding or depositions that need to be set. I spoke with Mr. Gomez about it. He indicated he thought he'd shared everything with her. So I will have Ms. Reed follow up, review her file, and specifically request anything from Mr. Gomez she believes is missing. In addition, she said they need to schedule their first round of depositions in this case. There is a co-defendant in this case that is represented by Ms. Dudley, and it's my understanding they're going to try and do those together just for efficiency. So at this time, Your Honor, Ms. Reed's requesting a continuance for those reasons.
State?
No objection, Your Honor. That's all correct.
All right. And Ms. Dudley, I know is here. Does that seem consistent with what your cases are, Ms. Dudley? Is that where you are with that? Yes, okay. All right. 512.
Your Honor, that's all I have before the court.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Judge.
Good day.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, briefly, if I could clean up something from our plea, real quick.
All right. Now, did you check with Mr. Dayram before you came in? Okay.
So, on Michael Turner in 25 CF 85.
Tucker.
I'd just like to restate that.
It's Tucker, right? Not Turner.
I apologize.
All right.
Is the lesser included offense misdemeanor contribute to the delinquency of a minor, and we're requesting supervision by JCS, and state has no objection.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay, so JCS, not state, and that changes the cost supervision to $50 a month, right, instead of the $40 that was announced, correct?
We're good.
And your client agrees to that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dare,
Thank you, Judge.
you're welcome, sir.
Your Honor, I'm covering for Christopher Garrett. If I can call his cases first, or his one case.
Yes.
He has Mr. Vargas, 24 CF 1955. I believe Mr. Vargas has deported himself, and there is a misdemeanor case that a capias has been issued in as well. So Mr. Garrett defers to the court if they want to set him plea or trial, or if you want to issue a capias.
Okay, my notes indicate that our last time here, it was reported that he was in ICE custody.
So I believe he should be gone or will be deported.
What's the state's intention considering those circumstances?
We would request that there be a capias issued for his arrest for failure to appear.
Issue a no bond capias.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then the first case that I have, Hubert Morrison, 24 CF 2266. Your Honor, Mr. Morrison was also picked up by ICE about a month ago. He's being held in Louisiana. I do not believe he will be returning.
All right, state,
Judge, we'd request a capias.
no bond capias, please.
Your Honor, the next case is Mr. Nelson, 23 CF 1999. There is a waiver on file. I was just retained. I'm asking to continue his case one cycle, Judge.
We have no objection.
All right, the matter will be continued to 5/12.
Your Honor, the next case is Ms. Roberts, 24 CF 501. There is a waiver on file. If we can leave her set plea or trial for docket day.
All right, what's the state's offer, or is there one?
There is a plea to count 2 with a dismissal to count 1, and Ms. Roberts is deciding whether to accept that or not, Judge.
Right, because my notes from last time said that we anticipated a plea on docket day, and is that where we still are?
Yes, she is indicating that she would like to go to trial, but we will discuss that this week.
Okay, and please inform your client, once we pass docket day and you've announced plea or trial, that there will be no plea other than guilty as charged, right?
Understood.
Absent exceptional circumstances.
Yes, Your Honor. Next case I have is Gary Rollison, 23 CF 2199. He is present and approaching. Your Honor, he's going to withdraw his earlier plea of not guilty, enter a plea of no contest. Would you like me to announce the terms?
Please, sir.
Your Honor, in 23 CF 2199, count 1, he will be adjudicated guilty, 615 court cost, 2 years community control followed by 1 year of probation, no alcohol, drugs, random UAs and breath test, $40 a month cost of supervision, substance abuse evaluation, any treatment, maintain full-time employment or 3 job applications per week, forfeit all firearms, and there is a 5-year DOC suspended sentence, and the state will no cross counts 2, 3, and 4, Judge.
That's correct.
Any score sheet objections? All right. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can put your hand down and move over in front of that microphone so we can be sure to make a good record of what you have to say.
Yes, sir.
You heard what Mr. Aram said on your behalf.
Yes, sir.
You signed the written plea form.
Yes, sir.
How old are you and how far did you go in school?
I'm 41 years old, and I got trade school and some college.
All right. You able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
And is what you read what Mr. Daram announced on your behalf?
That's correct, sir.
Do you understand by this plea arrangement that you're pleading no contest to the announced charges?
Yes, sir.
And that says to me that you believe the state has the evidence necessary to prove your guilt and you're not going to contest that?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand by making this plea that you are waiving your right to a trial where the state would have to prove your guilt?
Correct.
In this case, on count 1, you're going to be on adjudicated guilty, be on 2 years of community control, followed by a year of probation, no drugs or alcohol unless a valid prescription, random testing, cost supervision, your evaluation and recommended treatment. You must maintain full-time employment or 3 job applications a week and forfeit all your firearms. In addition, there's a 5-year suspended sentence. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, sir.
What does it mean?
If I mess up, I go to prison for 5 years.
Correct. Has Mr. Daram answered all your questions about the plea arrangement and how it affects you?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with how Mr. Daram has represented you in this case?
Very much.
The court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea with the adjudication.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And if you'll step over this way to have your fingerprints taken, please.
Your Honor, the last case I have is Mr. Ryberg, 24 CF 1405. If we can leave him on for docket day, plea or continue. I believe we have a PTI. I just need to get the paperwork in.
Ryberg, you say you have a PTI?
Correct, Your Honor. If you'd like to do a control date besides docket day. whatever the court would like to do. If you want to put him on docket day, I can hopefully have that paperwork in and filed.
Do you think it'll be done by then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll leave it on for docket day, and if it looks like it's a problem, let us know it soon enough, and we'll move it on.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe
right.
that's all I have.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Dayron. Mr. Flowers.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Flowers.
The first case that I believe we'd be dealing with is Dewberry. And, Your Honor, first, I think the cases listed under Mr. Shaw's name were already addressed by this court last week by signing orders. I'm just making sure that is in fact the case.
I think you've been moved over and onto the case, Mr.
Thank you,
Flowers.
Judge.
You're welcome.
Marquise Dewberry is present. We were going to ask to continue this matter. The state's going to object. I'm aware of the court's direction last time, so we would leave this on for plea or trial, Judge. I remember what the court had instructed last time.
All right.
Very
So
well.
it'll be on for plea or trial, and is there presently any offer that is outstanding?
There is, and I don't have it in front of me, but it's an incarcerative offer that I forwarded to my client. But there is one in place.
And is this Mr. Dewberry here?
Yeah, he
Oh,
is.
come on down. Come on down,
This
sir.
is Mr.
You didn't
Dewberry.
need to stand back there. I apologize.
Yeah. No, he's present, and we've talked about his offer, and at this time, Mr. Dewberry respectfully declines to accept that offer.
Understood. And so, you've heard me say, Mr. Dewberry, that you have the offer, and Mr. Flowers knows this, and this is just to be sure we can manage things after docket day, which is next Monday. If you don't accept that offer, and that's up to you, that there would be no plea that the court would accept other than guilty as charged, absent extraordinary circumstances, and Mr. Flowers can explain what those kind of circumstances would be. I just like people to know that and be aware of what those conditions are before we move forward. So we'll see you next week on docket day with the anticipation. Now, Mr. Flowers, we try the case. What are you anticipating as far as the amount of time we'll need to try the case, you think?
With a jury, I think a day would be,
And I was going to say two, Your Honor, including jury selection.
2
If it
days,
moves
including
efficiently-
jury selection?
If that moves efficiently, that would be my best guess, Your Honor.
And considering the nature of the charges and the folks involved, do we think we need more than the standard number of jurors for this case?
Do not.
I don't think so,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Okay. Any other issues the court needs to be aware of in anticipation of this trial so that we can be sure we have this trial date have been credible?
I'm unaware of anything, Your Honor.
State's
Okay.
unaware of anything, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see you on docket day with the anticipation that we'll be setting the case for, we'll be trying the case the week of the, I think it's the 24th, I believe. Is that right? Okay.
Judge, the next matter is James Mayfield. The defense is requesting a continuance. This is a case with Mr. Gomez, and I don't believe that he objects to that. We've discussed it in my.
No
it's my
objection, Your
understanding.
Honor.
All right. And what's the necessity of the continuance?
I'm prepared for two other trials, and I have not completed discovery for this one. It's not the state's fault. They've provided the discovery. We've just not done everything we need to do, Judge.
All right. And so full continuance to 5/12, Mr. Gomez, you agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
Judge, the next matter is Matthew Reeves. Judge, we're asking this be continued because of a couple of reasons. The nature of the allegations, and there are witnesses in another country that we believe will help a great deal in the state's decision-making process. And it's difficult. We're hoping to get them back. Judge, I think approaching might be wise.
All right.
Congratulations, Crestviews' very own Dixie Dan Powell of Powell Injury Law. for your recent jury verdict of $11.5 million for your client from a death and injury against an inflatable amusement company. Recognized in 2017 as one of the top 100 civil trial lawyers in the state of Florida, and Dixie is AV Preeminent rated. Dixie Dan Powell works tirelessly for his clients, as is evident by this extraordinary verdict. If you're taking your case to trial, be prepared. Contact Dixie Dan Powell and Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667.
Cyclone Bakery Cafe is 2 blocks from the courthouse on Crestview historic Main Street. We serve handmade pastries, espresso, and lunch items, and we're open Tuesday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., serving lunch from 11 to 2. We hope to see you soon.
Yes, sir. 512.
Judge Richard Starr, in fact, Mr. Starr, I've spoken to the state this morning about a possible resolution. Have not spoken with Mr. Starr. We believe leaving it set on docket day. Here's my request, that we leave it for plea or continue with the state. I think, given what they've told me today, might agree with that assessment.
I think leaving for PRC on docket day is a good resolution.
I'm sorry, say again?
I think leaving it for PRC on docket day would be fine.
Okay, very good.
Judge, the final matter, Gene Ward, and there were 2 people involved in this. Judge, we anticipate a plea on docket day or another disposition. We respectfully disagree on how it should, but as the court is aware, that happens.
Yes, it does.
If you could leave it on docket day, we have every anticipation of it being completed that day.
Very good.
If you would, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers.
Judge, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good day.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, I think we had a question. I apologize. My colleague from Santa Rosa County is over here, and the case is under Tim Shaw's name, Sheena Russell, and that's one that we believe that the court addressed last week, and I forgot to just ask.
Judge, I'm not aware of any motion. Paul Gillespie for the state.
Yeah, Mr. Gillespie is over from Santa Rosa County participating on behalf of the state. It was my understanding that, again, I apologize, Judge, we might need to approach, there's some sensitive.
Hello, I am Bonnie from Body Be Healthy here in Crestview. We have been serving the area since 1999. We're an alternative health food store. If you're interested in bettering your health, we'd like to invite you to stop by. We're located in Court Plaza. Stop by and let us help you be healthy.
I'm Amanda Gaskin with Briarpatch Realty. Helping qualified heroes save money is my passion. When I help a hero buy or sell a home, they receive a check from Homes for Heroes. Check out amandasheroes.com for more information.
For more than 70 years, the sweet aroma of the Crestview Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs has permeated the downtown area. If you have not experienced the unique flavor of Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs, then I encourage you to join us for lunch. Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m., Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m., and Saturday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We're located in historic downtown Crestview at 107 North Main Street. Call 850-683-1045.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999. We're state licensed and insured, family owned and operated with 24 years of local service. We specialize in shingles and metal, re-roofs, repairs, and leak specialists. For all of your roofing needs, call us today or visit our website at cqroofing.com. CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer.
Hey, I'm David at Family Vision of Crestview. We've been providing excellent optical service for Northwest Florida for over 34 years. Come in and let us take care of you.
This is Tiffany Woodham, State Farm's newest agent in Crestview. I'd like to personally invite you to stop by my office for a no-cost policy review. Let me help you start saving today. Call in, walk in, or click in at yourcrestviewagent.com.
Alex Barthay from the UPS store once again, and I wanted to let you know about our Sunday hours. We're open now 7 days a week. Normal hours that you've been expecting, but now we're open Saturday 10 to 4, Sunday 10 to 3, and it's both our Crestview, Fort Walton Beach, and Eglin Air Force Base locations. So you have things to do, go and do it. Just know the UPS store is going to be here. Again, Sundays 10 until 3 p.m.
For years, I proudly served Florida as a state trooper. During that time, I investigated over 1,000 car, motorcycle, and trucking crashes. My mission was simple: to help the victims. Now, as an injury attorney, I can do even more to help accident victims. Hi, I'm attorney Coy Browning. If you've been injured in a car accident, I'd be honored to help you. Call or visit us at browninglawfirm.com.
Hi, I'm Wanda Roberts. For the last 20 years, I've been helping the residents of Northwest Florida buy and sell their properties. My office is just 1 block south of the courthouse in historic downtown Crestview. Give us a call at 850-398-5389.
All right, so set this case for trial.
I'm Michael Gilbert,
Trial
defense attorney
period
with-
on 5/12.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Flowers. Good day.
Your Honor, I think Mr. Neal, I'm sorry, I think Mr. Gillespie just has one more case.
I have another case with Scott Kleins, if I can call that one. It's
Yes, sir.
Scott Neal.
Neal?
He is on Zoom, Your Honor. Mr. Neal, are you there?
Yes. Took me a second. I apologize.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Neal in 22 CF 586. We had attempted to get this case ready for trial. We had 3 depositions remaining. We took 2 of them. The last deposition is somebody named Lauren Bayer, who is the alleged victim's therapist, which could be crucial because one of these counts is exploitation of an elderly or otherwise disabled adult. Ms. Bayer could not appear by video at her deposition because she was feeling under the weather. That deposition was scheduled for 2 weeks ago, tomorrow, I believe. We just couldn't get it rescheduled before today. I unfortunately would have to ask the court for a one-cycle continuance to reschedule her case. And just so the court's aware, I talked with Mr. Neal, who I've been in quite a bit of contact with over the past couple of weeks. If possible, my intent would be to file a C4 motion prior to the next cycle coming up. It would be not your run-of-the-mill C4 motion. It would probably be quite lengthy. But that's kind of where we're at, is we need to depose Ms. Bayer. For the first time, frankly, I talked to Mr. Neal about the pros and cons of a C4 motion here. He's totally receptive to it if I can put it together. So that's kind of where we're at. I don't know how the court wants to proceed.
Mr. Gillespie.
Judge, defense has indicated there may be some more additional discovery as well as part of that C4 motion. I don't have an objection at this time for this case.
All right. The matter will be continued to 5/12.
And I appreciate you letting us take that out of order so Mr. Gillespie can get out of here.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Judge, I actually have one more, if that's okay with the court.
Absolutely.
With Mr. Nopes, it's Jesse Lacoste.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Nopes.
So 23 CF 312. Judge, Mr. Lacoste is in the county jail in Escambia County. The majority of his cases are over there. He's got a different attorney over there, Todd Early, I think, is the attorney over there. One thought that Mr. Gillespie and I had when we spoke this week was, I don't know if I did try to call Mr. Early. He didn't answer. I left him a message on his cell phone. But I don't know if it wouldn't be better if Mr. Early wasn't representing him on everything. I mean, this is a big problem, but this is the smaller of the group problem because he's got cases in Santa Rosa as well as in Escambia.
Judge, I filed a Williams rule motion to encapsulate a lot of the other conduct. State would ask for a continuance as well, if possible, on this. I know it's an older case. It is one of the smaller ones. These cases are mainly pending in Escambia County. We'll hopefully resolve it. In the meantime, I'd like to set the Williams rule motion, keep the case moving forward in case something doesn't resolve. I guess I get with your JA and discuss motion times.
Right. And I agree with you, Mr. Nopes. It sounds like really Mr. Early should be handling all the cases based upon what you've described. If you'd file a motion, in the interest of justice, Mr. Early's on the general list, so that makes sense. Any objections to that?
I don't have an objection.
And that way you'll have one lawyer to deal with and get them all in one spot, and get that done quickly so we can get the procedural motion set for hearing. Mr.
I'll
Nopes?
file that today.
All right.
And submit the order to your JA or through the portal?
Through the portal.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Judge. What is the pretrial?
May 12th.
I'm sorry?
May 12th.
May 12th.
Thank you, Judge. I think that concludes all my matters.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Safe journey back.
Thank you.
Ms. Merrifield.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Merrifield.
I only have 2 left on the pretrial docket. They're both under Flaherty. The first is Brittany Merrifield on behalf of Shannon Lane. It's 24 CF 2932. It's the first time up. We do have a waiver on file. Currently, we have depositions scheduled for April the 30th, so would ask for a continuance to the next pretrial docket, Judge. And I don't believe there was an objection.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
April 30th?
That's when our depositions are scheduled, yes, sir.
All right, it'll be continued to 5/12.
The next case I have, Judge, is Tia Smith in 24 CF 2067. We have reached a diversion agreement, if I may approach.
Granted. Okay. All right, thank you very much.
And I believe that's all I have this morning, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Good
you.
day. Mr. Patel.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Patel.
I have three matters before the court. The first one, Jay Patel on behalf of Andrew Thomas.
Wait till your name is called before you cross the line, okay? And they're excited to be for it.
That's on me. I told him to walk up as soon as I walked up. Andrew Thomas, Judge, I'm having an extremely difficult time getting probation to submit the PTI paperwork. So I'd like to have the matter set for April the 17th, and I'll subpoena Officer Dada, and he can explain on that day why he hadn't submitted the paperwork, unless he submits it before that day. That's the only thing that I can do.
All right, so PTI status on 417,
Yes, Judge.
state?
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
If he would give me a copy, I can submit that and have it filed. If you have a copy, he might have lost it.
It's the only one I have, so please don't lose it.
I'm not going to lose it, I will e-file it for you, so send it back in.
Thank you.
All right, so it'll be PTI status on 417.
Thank you, Judge. Next case, Jay Patel on behalf of Charles No.
Charles
24
No.
CF 1662. Mr. No has been in treatment.
Is he still in treatment?
He just got out. So I spoke to him on Friday. We're working for a resolution with the state. What I'd like to do is continue the case one last time. I think that we'll bring it in for an early plea before the next pre-trial.
Objection to continuance?
I have no objection, and that's correct. I think we're very close to resolution. I just need to review the documents that I got sent over last week, Your Honor, regarding his completion of treatment.
All right, it'll be continued one cycle, 512.
Finally, Judge, Jay Patel on behalf of Devin Henry Johns. He's present and approaching. This is a plea, 23 CF 147, 23 CF 149. This is a downward departure.
That's correct.
Would you like me to announce it?
Yes, sir.
23 CF 147, count one. He will be entering a plea of no contest, adjudication of guilt, 5 years sex offender probation, 5 years Department of Corrections suspended, statutory fines and court costs, statutory fines, 515 court costs, 151 crimes against minor, sexual offender designation, all statutory requirements associated with that status, including counseling, GPS monitor while on supervision at $1 a day, no contact with minors until the completion of sex offender counseling, and completion of the statutory requirements, no internet capable devices, forfeit seized devices, a curfew that's 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. that will be adjusted by probation for work purposes. 23 CF 149, count one, plea is charged, adjudication of guilt, 5 years Department of Corrections as a condition of, suspended as a condition of 5 years of sex offender probation that runs concurrent to count one, 23 CF 147. All other terms in 23 CF 147 are concurrent. Count two, plea is charged, adjudication of guilt, 5 years of Department of Corrections as suspended as a condition of 5 years of sex offender probation to run consecutive to count 1, 23 CF 147, and count 1, 23 CF 149. Although all other terms in 23 CF 147 are concurrent. Count 3, plea is charged, adjudication of guilt, 5 years of sex offender probation consecutive to counts 1 and 2 in 23 CF 149. All other terms in 23 CF 147 are concurrent. Counts 4 through 7, plea is charged, adjudication of guilt, 5 years of sex offender probation concurrent to count 3. All other terms in 23 CF 147 are concurrent. Counts 8 through 13 will be null pros in exchange for the plea above. I say all of that. My client understands that he will be serving 15 years of sex offender probation with 10 years of that suspended. May I approach?
Granted. Score sheet objections.
It's attached, no objections. Again, Judge, this is a downward departure.
All right, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Patel said and you signed the written plea form.
Yes, Your Honor.
And how old are you and how far did you go in school?
I'm 32 years old and I've gone through 11th grade.
All right, you able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is what you read in the plea form what Mr. Patel just announced to the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand by this plea arrangement that you're pleading no contest to the charges that were announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that says to me that you believe the state has the evidence necessary to prove your guilt and you're not going to contest that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand by making this plea you're waiving your right to a trial where the state would have to prove your guilt?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, Mr. Patel went through a very detailed reading of the terms and conditions of this plea. And I'm going to get to the time in just a minute, but some of the other conditions I'm going to go over. You're going to have the designation that you're going to be facing. You understand that? And that affects where you can live and who you can associate with, where you might be able to work. And it may also affect some other circumstances in your life. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you will also have a GPS while you're on supervision. You've got no contact with any minors until you complete your counseling and your completion of all your statutory requirements. No internet capable devices. And if you have any devices, you must forfeit those.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, it's hard nowadays to have even a phone that doesn't have that capability. But the department knows how to look at such devices because you're not going to be precluded from having a phone where you can make and receive calls, because how can you not in today? But they have how to look at those and be certain that they comply with the court's order. And there's methods that can accomplish that. This is a material condition of your probation. If you fail to comply with that, that's a violation like anything else.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, if you get a job and it requires you to have access, then you have to discuss that with probation and they will give you instructions on how you can do that. If you end up not using that properly, that would also be a violation. So if you're using it for work only and you're doing what you should do, But if you use the internet at work, assuming that's what happens, improperly, then that would be a violation of your supervision. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, with that, you're facing you've got the two different cases, but you're facing really three different terms of sentencing and probation in the two different cases. Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you've got the 5 years in the one case, then you've got 5 years in the second case in one count, followed by 5 years in the second count in the second case, for a total of 15.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right? And you're also then have the same on your sentence. You understand, right? So it's the 5 years and the 5 years and the 5 years suspended sentence.
Yes,
Do you-
Your Honor.
What does a suspended sentence mean?
If I get in trouble, then I have to go to prison for the amount of the suspended sentences.
Right, so it's the 5 on the first case, followed by 5 on the second case on the first count, and 5 on the second count in the second case. Do you understand?
Well, that last 5 is concurrent, so it's really a total of 10.
Oh, it's only the probation that's consecutive.
No, so the prison would also be consecutive too. So just the global understanding, 15 years of probation, 10 years suspended.
Okay.
But it's broken down because everything's an F3.
So it's only 5 years suspended sentence on
The 23F147, count 1.
Well, on 149, it's 5 years suspended on count 1 and 2 concurrent, but 5 years of probation, count 1, followed by 5 years of probation, count 2, consecutive.
Yes, and then count 3 is 5 years of sex offender probation consecutive to counts 1 and 2.
All right, so 1 and 2 are concurrent and count 3 is consecutive.
Correct.
Yes.
You got that, Madam Clerk? Okay. All right. The fines, fees, and costs, correct, Madam Clerk?
So each case will have 817.
817 on each case. With all of that, has Mr. Patel answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you satisfied with how Mr. Patel has represented you in the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea with the adjudication. If you'll step over this way, please.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Anything else for you?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you. Good day. Mr. Johnson.
May it please the court, Your Honor, Brad Johnson here on behalf of Brian Dean Howard. Mr. Howard is present in the courtroom and is approaching. It's case number 22 CF 2185. This is an old case, Your Honor. Last time we were up, we had represented to the court that we were setting depositions of 3 FDLE officers, Carmona, Buffalino, and Vincent. We did do that. Unfortunately, they were not able to be served because the service was going out the week that we had the snowstorm, and I just couldn't get it done that week, unfortunately, and they have to have sufficient notice. This, unfortunately, to some extent, I told my client these depositions seem to be somewhat cursed because we've had some issues. This is like the 7th time that we've set them. We have rescheduled them now for a date in April. That's been coordinated between the State Attorney's Office and myself. I'm going to ask for a continuance. We talked this last week, but I felt like we need to come to court and explain it to Your Honor and make sure that you were aware of the circumstances. My client is also ready to get this over with and be done, but in the interest of justice, we need to get this information and get these depots taken. So we'd ask for a continuance to the May date, and
State agrees, Your Honor.
All right, matter will be continued to 5/12.
thank you, Your Honor. That concludes my business with the court. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you now.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
Y'all too. Mr. Weinstock.
Your Honor, if I can, Mr. Weinstock is, well, I can call the case Misty Royce, 24 CF 1395. The state is going to announce a null process or dismissal on that case today. Mr. Weinstock's office has provided some documentation that we didn't have, and after reviewing that, I don't believe the state would be able to prove the charge beyond a reasonable doubt, so we are going to announce a dismissal this time.
All right. Thank you.
What about 24 and then 232?
I don't know that case, that's in county court. What I can do, I'll get with the prosecutor on that, and it's, if I can, I'll do a call back this afternoon. I'm sorry, Michael.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Weinstock. Good day.
Good day.
Mr. Durrell.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Durrell.
May it please the court, Dustin Durrell. Your Honor, my first client is Mr. Tyler Young. I'd like to leave Mr. Young set for plea continue. We got the restitution numbers. Mr. Young should be coming by my office this week to drop off the check. It's my understanding this is going to be a dismissal upon payment of restitution, Your Honor. As soon as we get that check over to the victim, it's my understanding they will confirm that with the state, and the state will file a null process.
All right, so we'll leave it on docket day for status.
And I'm sorry, what is that date, Your Honor?
17th, Monday.
Next Monday. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I believe Mr. Womble has fallen off the docket, so that leaves Madison Workman. Would also leave that set, plea or continue, Your Honor. Just need to confirm with the victim. I believe the state is confirming with the victim on that one, Your Honor. We should have a plea at that point.
So plea or continue on docket day for Workman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I believe that's all I have today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Durrell. Good day.
Thank you.
Ms. Dudley. Good morning, Ms. Dudley.
And the first case I have is Kareem Mitri in 24 CF 2632. There's a waiver on file. We just received discovery on Thursday. This is the one that's the co-defendant with Ms. Reed's case. I would ask for a continuance to the next pretrial.
No objections from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. It'll be continued to 5/12.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next I have is Brandon Preston in 24 CF 705. I would like to leave this plea to trial.
All right. Is there an offer from the state?
Yes, there is, Your Honor. In full candor, we're kind of setting this because we have nothing left to do. There's nothing that we could give you in good faith to say, you know, hey, we want a continuance, but we ultimately expect this to be resolved on Monday.
Okay. All right. Plea or trial.
And the next I have is Timothy Redinger in 24 CF 1425. Your Honor, we received some additional discovery, which is the autopsy report. We are in the process of trying to set the depositions of their 30-plus witnesses. So I would ask for a continuance to the next pretrial. Hopefully we can get those set, at least half of them or most of them between now and the next pretrial. And then this will end up being a stand your ground case. So we have to get these depositions done.
No objections from the state, Your Honor.
And you need those depositions before you feel comfortable that you can
Yes,
file
sir.
your motion
Yes, sir, I
and be
do.
prepared.
Absolutely.
All right. All right, it'll be continued 5/12.
Yes, sir. Next I have is Josue Rivera Rodas in 24 CF 1722. We did take depositions back on, second round depositions back on February 19th, but there are two people who did not show, two juveniles. So I need to redepose those and get transcripts from the two main officers. I believe there's some motions that can be filed in this case. So I would ask for continuation to the next pretrial.
State?
No objection.
Who didn't show? The
There are two
juvenile?
juveniles, Your Honor, that did not show.
And you're going to try to retake them?
I'm gonna try to retake them and work on trying to get a motion filed as well.
All right, 5/12.
And I believe that is all I have for today.
Is that all from Ms. Dudley? Okay, thank you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Mr. Hardy. Good morning, Mr. Hardy.
Armando Romero. And Your Honor, Mr. Snell and I have had some discussions. We've got the case worked out, but I really need to talk it over with my client a little more. I want to make sure he understands everything. There could be some immigration issues. If we could set this on April 17th for a plea, I think that would give us enough time to talk that through with him.
All right, so plea on 4/17?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State?
That'd be just fine, Judge, thank you.
All right. We'll see you on the 17th. Anything else for you, Mr. Hardy?
No, Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you now. Good day. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate you feeding back like
May I approach briefly, Your Honor?
that. Yes.
Law. I represent those accused in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton County. If you or anyone you know has been accused of a crime, give us a call. We can help.
Hello, this is Chris Norman at Bulldog Bail Bonds. Our office is in Crestview, Florida, but we service 7 Northwest Florida counties. If you ever find yourself in a jam, please give us a call. We're here to help you out.
Congratulations, Crestview's very own Dixie Dan Powell of Powell Injury Law, for your recent jury verdict of $11.5 million for your client from a death and injury against an inflatable amusement company. Recognized in 2017 as one of the top 100 civil trial lawyers in the state of Florida, and Dixie is AV preeminent rated. Dixie Dan Powell works tirelessly for his clients, as is evident by this extraordinary verdict. If you're taking your case to trial, be prepared. Contact Dixie Dan Powell and Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667.
Back Home Bakery Cafe is 2 blocks from the courthouse on Crestvview's historic Main Street. We serve handmade pastries, espresso, and lunch items, and we're open Tuesday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., serving lunch from 11 to 2. We hope to see you soon.
All right, Ms. Oberle.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am Jeremy Keach here on behalf of Attorney Sarah Oberleson. She has one case on your docket, McAvoy, MCE-VOY, 24 CF 2491. My notes indicate that she needs a control date, that the parties have mutually agreed to enter into a pretrial intervention. Is that my understanding?
That's correct, Your Honor. I sent the terms over to Ms. Oberleson last week. She agreed to those. I just need to get the physical PTI paperwork over to her. So if we want to set it for a status, it should be off the docket by that status date, Your Honor.
All right, we'll put it on for status.
Is there a?
512.
512. 512, okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and you're up next, Mr. Keach.
Your Honor, I'm going to have one case on your docket. It's going to be State of Florida versus Levi Lucas, Lucas. And Your Honor, this is a case where I believe there was a prior withdrawal, and the court appointed us last pretrial. I haven't had any contact with the client. I would like to leave this. We've ordered the transcripts. I've reviewed the case. I'm going to ask the client to schedule an appointment, but I'd like to leave this on docket day. It's an older case. And speaking with Mr. Gomez, I think most of the work has been completed on this, if not all.
Okay.
So it's a matter of just communication.
And there's a sheet there for him to fill out with all his contact information. Have him fill that out, pass it to Madam Clerk, and the contact information. They may be back there.
I think we need those, Judge. The only thing I have here before the court is the next court date notices.
Where are those? I thought there were. All right, and I'll check on those on the break. Yeah, fill that all out, pass to the clerk. That's all your contact information. That way Mr. Keach will also have it, and you need to get in touch with him. We're setting it for Monday.
Okay.
Be in touch with him so he can talk to you about that, okay? There's a case with Mr. Klein's on the, for Mr. Lucas as well.
Please.
If we just leave that on docket day without subpoenas.
All right, we'll leave that on docket day without subpoenas too. Okay?
That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nopes.
Good morning, Judge. I've got Harley Basin, 24 CF 2051. She's present, Your Honor. Judge, the state and I have had depositions a few weeks ago, and he and I are going to talk more this week, so we'd ask to leave it set without subpoenas for docket day on 3/17.
All right. So plea or continue?
Yes, sir.
All right, all right. Stay in touch with your lawyer, and we'll see you on the 17th, okay?
Judge, I then have Jaden Lovett. Mr. Lovett was outside in the hallway. I asked him to come in earlier. Could we call for him? Thank you. Judge, the last time we were here, Mr. Lovett had indicated he was hiring James Owens. I did speak to Mr. Owens this morning, and he indicated that he had not been retained yet, but then this morning when I spoke to Mr. Lovett, he indicated something different. So we'll just have to defer to him as to whether or not he's hired or what the situation is.
All right. Did you hear what Mr. Nope said, Mr. Lovett?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I was supposed to be meeting him up. I was supposed to be meeting him the 12th.
The 12th of this month?
Yes, sir.
Which is?
Judge, I'll tell you that when I talked to Mr. Owens, he said that he hadn't really heard from him, and there, you know, he didn't say anything about a 12th of this month's meeting. So,
did you contact Mr. Owens directly, or somebody else contact him for you?
I contacted him directly.
Judge, if we could approach.
Yes.
Hello, I am Bonnie from Body Be Healthy here in Crestview. We have been serving the area since 1999. We're an alternative health food store. If you're interested in bettering your health, we'd like to invite you to stop by. We're located in Court Plaza. Stop by and let us help you be healthy.
I'm Amanda Gaskin with Briar Patch Realty. Helping qualified heroes save money is my passion. When I help a hero buy or sell a home, they receive a check from Homes for Heroes. Check out amandasheroes.com for more information.
For more than 70 years, the sweet aroma of the Crestview Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs has permeated the downtown area. If you have not experienced the unique flavor of Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs, then I encourage you to join us for lunch. Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m., Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m., and Saturday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We're located in historic downtown Crestview at 107 North Main Street. Call 850-683-1045.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999. We're state licensed and insured, family owned and operated with 24 years of local service. We specialize in shingles and metal, re-roofs, repairs, and leak specialists. For all of your roofing needs, call us today or visit our website at cqroofing.com. CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer.
Hey, I'm David at Family Vision of Crestview. We've been providing excellent optical service for Northwest Florida for over 34 years. Come in and let us take care of you.
All right. So what we'll do is, if you have the meeting and Mr. Owens comes on board, so be it. But at this point in time, I'm kind of based upon the discussion. Mr. Nopes is going to talk to you about what his plan is, and we're going to go ahead and continue the case to 5/12. Mr. Gomez needs to take care of getting some witnesses here for the trial, and we're going to anticipate setting this matter for trial during the trial period, which starts on 5/12. The trial will be on the 27th or the June the 2nd. Mr. Nopes will discuss that with you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you now.
You wait on me, okay?
Yes, sir. I'll be outside.
Okay. Judge, I then have Susan McFarland. Judge, she is present. Judge, I think I should get the order back today, appointing a private investigator We did receive the discovery on January 14th, and we've given that to my client, I believe. I was going to ask to continue. And my client did come to my office, and she actually brought a flash drive and got it from my staff. So she put forth the effort to make contact with us.
Okay. State?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be continued to 5/12.
5/12, okay. Uh-huh. Judge, I then have Paul McKinney. Judge, I'm pretty sure that we also asked for a private investigator on Mr. McKinney. We received discovery on 1/16/25. And Judge, I just simply asked that Mr. McKinney, I gave him my business card to make sure he calls today and set an appointment to speak with me.
All right. So you're requesting a continuance, Mr.
Yes,
Nopes?
I'm sorry, Judge. Yes, sir.
State?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. McKinney, get in touch with Mr. Nopes. We're set for 5/12. It's important he has contact with you to help him be prepared to move the case forward, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you now.
How do you get a hold of me? You can't talk to the judge. You can't get a hold of me.
in certain situations, you can. Right or wrong.
I'll talk to you about that out there, okay? Anyway, Nicole Medecki. Judge,
Excuse me, sorry, it's Medicare.
Medicki, okay? How about I just call you Nicole?
That's fine.
Okay. Judge, I need to set depositions, and I'm pretty sure we got discovery, but I need to check on that as well. But I need to set depositions as my note, Judge, if we could just continue it.
State?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be continued 5/12.
We could call them off, set an appointment. Judge, I then have Bryant Petit. Judge, he's present. Judge, I believe he's received a new case number. I think that might have happened this weekend or something, but he got out on a signature bond.
Do you have that case number, Madam Clerk?
He has two cases, 24 CF 2622.
Right.
Oh, he has a new case.
If it's 25 CF 478.
478?
Yes.
Who's the attorney of record on that?
No attorney.
Okay. So, Judge, if
Mr. Nopes, you're appointed.
Thank you. Judge, I'll send you an order later today. I was going to continue this, Judge, because I put him for a private investigator, and I'll also add this case number to it.
And that's currently set for 5/12 with plea day on 4/17, Mr. Nopes.
We'll plead, written plea not guilty the
Well,
day as well.
there's no information yet.
Yeah, right. So, but I'll get you the order of appointment today.
And that's, he's charged with a, looks like a second-degree felony, I believe. Extortion or threats.
Yes, sir.
And Madam Clerk, are you asking to continue the current 2 cases?
Yes, please.
State?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, and we'll have all these cases travel together. It's already set for 5/12. We'll leave it on for arraignments on the 17th, waiting on the information.
Yes, sir. Last case I got, Judge, is Christopher Russell. Mr. Russell's present. Judge, there was a case that come out in January. I've got to go back and check and see after the 30 days if the appellate case remains standing. You know, sometimes they'll file another result. But if that case is still standing, I would expect it to be a motion to suppress.
All right.
So if I could put it on 5/12.
All right. State?
No objection.
All right. It'll be continued.
Thank you, Judge. I think that's all I've got.
All right.
Y'all have a great day.
Is that everything? Okay. I've reached the end of my list, so I've still got a few lawyers out there. I don't know who's next. I guess Mr. Switek, based on seniority.
Your Honor, I've got Pilar Spillman.
All right, go ahead, sir.
In Ms. Spillman's case, there were some new allegations that were just made known to me this morning, so we've agreed to continue that one cycle.
That's correct. No objection from the state. We've been dealing with finding the correct amount of restitution, and there's been some new evidence that Mr. Switek needs to see, and so that's, the state would not object. I believe that's prudent in the case.
All right, it'll be continued to 5/12.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Thank you. Good day, Mr. Switek.
Thank you.
Mr. Tony.
Good morning, Your Honor. One matter before the court today.
That is 2024 CF 1011, State of Florida versus Withers. We had been negotiating a potential plea in this case. However, as of last week, we received correspondence from the Fort Walton Beach Police Department that the numbers had been miscalculated, and one of the officers was under investigation from Internal Affairs. So what we need to do now, Your Honor, we're going to have to take his deposition, because I don't know exactly to the extent how that's going to affect this case and how he came up with his calculations.
State.
No objection.
All right. 5/12.
That's all I have, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tony. Good day.
You too.
Morning, Your Honor. Galen Novotny on behalf of Caleb Zetterlund. It's State of Florida versus Caleb Zetterlund, 24 CF 2035. Your Honor, this is the case we discussed last time at Pre-trial, he is the gentleman that is an inpatient mental health facility.
Right.
I was hoping we'd have him here this time, but there was a little bit of a setback, but I expect by May 12th.
So you're still in treatment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. You think the May date is good?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to leave May 12th.
State?
No objection.
All right, and if you have a resolution and they're released, then you can call Madam Clerk in the state and we can take the plea anytime.
Okay.
Okay?
We'll do that, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
All
That's
right,
I have.
thank
May I be
you.
excused?
Yes, sir, thank you, good day. All right. Not everybody jump up at once. Mr. Powell?
Morning, Judge.
I figured I'd see y'all doing scissors, rock, paper out there. Come on.
We were headed in that direction. Judge, the first matter I have is, it's on the docket under Wanda Morgan. I'm co-counsel on the case.
Okay.
Is Lori Adams. It's 24 CF 1717. And we have a signed deferred prosecution agreement.
All right.
If I could approach.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Powell. All right.
Do we need a control date? Okay. Thank you. Judge, the next matter I have is Sean Nelson. He's present. Judge, this is first time up. We need to schedule depositions. We did receive all the discovery, but asking for a one-time continuance. Don't believe the state has an objection.
No objections from the state, Your Honor.
All right, continued to 5/12.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, the next matter I have is it's on the docket for Wednesday, but the client is out of custody. It was moved from today to Wednesday, I believe, late last week. And he's present, he's out of custody. I just didn't know how you wanted me to address.
Sure, if he's here, let's take it.
The case is Brandon Lanew, and it is 22 CF 1856. He's present and approaching. And the Assistant State Attorney is Michelle Sandler. And Judge, we just received quite a bit of amended discovery on the 12th of February. We have one last round of depositions to do based on that. The state's not objecting, but this is headed to a final continuance posture. And we should be ready to go on your May cycle.
Is the state ready to discuss this case?
I have a message from ASA Sandler, Your Honor. She instructed me to let the court know that the state is ready for trial. This is the last continuance that we would agree to, but that we would be wanting to try the case next cycle, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Last continuance. Is there any room for voluntary disposition of the case?
There is, and the state has conveyed somewhat of an offer. We're kind of back and forth in plea negotiations at the same time.
All right. All right, so we'll set it for 5/12. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, also had Juan Carlos Bautista. There's two cases on the docket. This is a similar situation, Judge. Need a last continuance. The state's not objecting. There is one outstanding deposition from a CI that that particular individual was believe he's incarcerated, and so that's been quite a hang-up, but we should have it resolved one way or the other next cycle.
State?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be continued to 5/12. Realistically, you're going to get the depot done before the 5/12 cycle, though?
I believe that has been coordinated. We did find out where this particular individual was. Unless the state doesn't want to call them, we can skip the depot.
No, we'll have the depot.
But we will make every effort to wrap it up for the May cycle.
All right, you know, I mean, do you know where he is? Or they are? I'm not sure.
Judge, to be quite candid, I just got this case. It's normally not policy for my office to, when a judge recuses and it goes into another division, it get handed to a new ASA. I just found out I had this case literally this morning. So I can't really speak to the details of what witnesses are going to be needed or have an ability to be deposed within the next 60 days. I can just represent to you that I'll do my best to free up those dates.
I'm not going to, given those set of circumstances, the fact that the case just got transferred, then I'm not going to say last continuous. That's not realistic if you've got to take the deposition of someone who's in, I'm assuming from what you're saying, the person is in state prison?
Yes, sir.
So realistically, that's not happening between now and 5/12. I mean, let's be realistic. So y'all put your heads together, get me a scheduling order that says who's and when, and get that squared away. We'll leave it on for 5/12. If it looks like it's not going to happen, then let's not make everybody come back to 5/12. Let's set it off realistically and get a realistic trial date, okay?
Yes,
so
sir.
put your heads together and get that squared away. Right now, we'll set it on 5/12 as a status, and, you know, I mean, miracles do happen. But realistically, put your heads together and see if you can get it set, okay?
Very good. Thank you,
Okay.
Judge.
All right.
The last matter is Samantha Lucas. Judge, there's a pending motion to withdraw in Ms. Lucas's matter.
As you noticed that for today?
There was a notice of hearing filed for today.
Was your client present?
Judge, essentially, the motion to withdraw is based on lack of contact with Ms. Lucas. The office did relay that she contacted this morning, saying she was out of state and had a new phone number, and had advised she was attempting to hire Mr. Durrell's office. But other than that, been unresponsive as far as calls and emails and texts. So
I don't see her on the video, in the queue on the video. And I don't see any communication.
I'd ask the court to maybe leave it on for docket day to let us try to notice her to be here. She did, like I said, she did reach out this morning, but the motion to withdraw has been pending based on lack of contact.
All right, so we'll leave it on for docket day. I won't issue a capias, but you need to let her know now that you've had contact that she needs to be here one way or the other.
Very good. Would we revisit the motion to withdraw?
Yes, we'll
Okay.
revisit it then.
Thank you. That concludes my business this morning, Judge.
All right.
Have a good day.
Well, you got everything? Okay.
I hope
All right.
so.
All right, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
Y'all too.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Dustin Harsher on behalf of Richard Stevens. This is case number 22 CF 272. I'm covering this case for Attorney Tony Henderson this morning, Your Honor. At the last court appearance, there was a request for a scheduling order for depositions that have now been scheduled for April 29th. So for that reason, we're going to be requesting continuance till sometime after April 29th. We've got one deposition for the reciprocal witness scheduled at the Children's Advocacy Center, and I believe that scheduling order was filed on the 5th.
There's no objection to complete that deposition, and I believe you did file some sort of an order also, Mr. Harsher.
Say again?
I believe you'd also file some sort of scheduling order as well. Yes.
So the depots are set for the 29th?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the state agrees to the continuance to 5/12?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that's all I have.
All right. Very good.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brandon Morris for Daniel Uzziah Solis, the waivers of Mr. Solis's court file. Judge of Defense is going to be asking for another continuance in this case to give myself additional time to speak with the state about the contents of all the discovery that has been disclosed and to possibly take one or two depositions.
All right. And say again the defendant's name, I apologize.
Daniel Uzziah Solis.
There's no objection to that continuance, Judge. There's voluminous amounts of discovery in this case.
I'm so sorry again?
There's no objection to that continuance, Judge. There is voluminous amounts of discovery in this case.
All right. All right, it'll be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
That's all I have for the court.
All
Have
right,
a good
good day. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Gooden.
I have 3 cases before the court. Do you want them alphabetically?
However you have them right there, Ms. Gooden, I'll find them.
The first one I have is Mr. Chad Shirley, 24 CF 729. I know this is an older case. I provided the state a bunch of information. Based on that, I think we're going to try and set depositions because of the information I gave him. So we're going to ask for a continuance. It's either going to be dismissed or go to trial.
All right, whose depositions do you anticipate taking?
I anticipate the state taking depositions.
Okay, of whom?
I'm sorry?
Who?
The alleged victim in the case.
Okay, and that's it?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that you'll be doing that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you believe to do that, you're going to need the continuance?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if we can resolve it before then, we will, but it looks like that's going to be needed to.
Right. Of course, I guess my issue with this is that back on, when we were here last time, we were in a position of saying that we'd continue it to today and there'd be no further continuances, and now we're continuing it again.
May we approach?
Yes. All right, so based upon the additional discovery, the state believes the continuance is worthy based in the interest of justice.
Yes, sir.
All right, matter will be continued.
And that's 512?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next one I have is Christian Reyes Escavera, Echevararia, 24 CF 2643. This is a relatively new case, Your Honor. The state has provided my client with an offer. I just got the videos and the disc. I need to get to my client, so I'm asking for a continuance.
There's no objection.
All right. It'll be continued to 512.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the last one I have is Jessica Musselwhite, 24 CF 1665. She has accepted the state's pretrial intervention. I'm just waiting on, she signed it, I sent it to the state. Once he signs it, I can send her to probation. And it's without plea.
All right, so we'll just leave it on for status on docket day then, to be sure it's done.
And that is which date?
Next Monday, the 17th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Gooden. Good day.
I believe that's all I have unless the clerk tells me otherwise.
Did you see the email that I sent you on Marshall? It's on voicemail.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Judge, I have one case on the docket, Andres Olivas with an O, O-L-I-V-A-S, 24 CF 2069.
Yes,
Judge,
sir.
it's either a PTI next week or it's going to trial. So I guess plea or trial? No continuance. We've done all our depositions on the case.
All right, does the state have an offer?
Judge, this is Mr. Gomez's case, and I believe that the offer was adjudication. It was a second misdemeanor battery, actually, what this is. That's why it's in felony court. And I believe that it's 3 years of probation or 2 years of community control, I'm not sure, with an adjudication.
Okay. And your client knows that after docket day, there's no plea that I'll accept absent extraordinary circumstances other than guilty as charged.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so plea or trial, see you on docket day.
Judge, when is that?
It's Monday, the 17th.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Let me pull up the calendar here. Judge Stone, sorry, I was reading my docket instead of Judge Stone's docket, but the first case I want to deal with is State versus Darby Boudreaux, 2019 CF 3062. I got appointed judge after it came back on a failed pretrial intervention agreement. The defendant's been doing everything she can to pay restitution, but I talked to Mr. Gomez about it. She wants to just go ahead and come into court and enter a plea with a withhold to the charges and 2 years probation so that she can pay off the restitution. She lives in Pensacola. She's been trying to log on to Zoom. I don't know if we can do that, but she asked if she could come back for a plea day, and I told her the next docket day would be the 17th. And she said she has something to do on the 17th and asked me to ask if there's another day besides the 17th that she can come change her plea.
I don't see her in the queue. I've been checking. I don't see her in the queue on Zoom. So is state agree? So you want her to come? She can't come on the 17th. You want her to state willing to move it to one of the miscellaneous dockets?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so the 417 docket is full, so we can put her on, is it 24? 424 to enter the plea.
Yes, sir, Judge. Thank you so much. The next case I'd like to deal with, if I can, is State versus Jennifer Miller. Judge, we have deposition scheduled in April, so I'm going to ask that we continue that case until after our depositions in April.
When are they set in April?
Let me look at my calendar. Sarah, do you remember when I have those set?
Let's see, I do.
Let me look. I know I filed a notice of taking.
For Ms. Miller?
Yes, Jennifer Miller.
April 23rd.
Yeah, April 23rd, Judge.
23?
That's when the depots were scheduled for, yes, sir.
Okay, and who all are you taking on that day?
Everybody, including 2 juveniles. We've listed all the CPI investigators in Pensacola and the 2 juveniles.
All right, so that should be all the depositions you need, assuming everybody shows? Is that
Yes, sir. And the
from-
state's made an offer to withhold and some probation. So we'll see where we go. We could put it on the 24 miscellaneous docket to try to bring it in earlier than the 512 if the court would.
Well, let's put it on the 512 and see. That'll give you a chance to let everything percolate after your depositions.
Yes, sir, Judge.
Okay?
Yes, sir. Judge, I have Beth Parsons. She's present. She's going to change her plea and enter a plea of no contest. I just need to get the state to sign off on it.
You start reading the plea, I'll get you the score sheet here in a second. I'll get you the score sheet here in a second if you want to start reading.
So Judge, this is the state of Florida versus Beth Parsons in 2 cases, 2024 CF 2506, charges with 1 count of possession of controlled substance and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. 2025 CF 96, charged with dealing in stolen property, and count 1, count 2, petty theft. She's going to withdraw or previously in her plea of not guilty in her plea of no contest. The state and I have reached an agreement where she'll have a withhold of adjudication as to count 1 in the 24 CF 2506 case, and a withhold of adjudication as to count 1 in the 2025 CF 96 case. As to count 2 in 2024 CF 2506, the possession of drug paraphernalia shall be adjudicated guilty and sentenced to time served in the Okaloosa County Jail. And as to the misdemeanor petty theft charge in 2025 CF 96, the state will dismiss that, file a no process of that count. She'll be placed on 2 years probation, concurrent on the felony charges. $615 court costs concurrent on those felony charges. PD application fee. She'll undergo a substance abuse evaluation within 30 days, and if treatment's recommended, she'll start treatment within 60 days. From there, and she'll complete 24 hours of community service and be subject to random UAs. I just need to get the state to sign off on it. Okay, may I approach, Judge?
Granted. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes.
And you can put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Cobb said on your behalf, and you signed the written plea form?
Yes.
How old are you, and how far did you go in school?
I'm 50 years old, and I went to nursing school.
All right. You able to read and understand the plea form? Did you do that before you signed it?
Yes.
And is what you heard Mr. Cobb announce what you read?
Yes.
Do you understand by this plea arrangement that you're pleading no contest to the charges?
Yes.
And that says to me, you believe the state has the proof necessary to convict you of these charges, and you're not going to contest them?
Yes.
Do you understand by making this plea, you're waiving your right to a trial where the state would have to prove your guilt?
Yes.
Excuse me. And in this case, adjudication will be withheld on the felonies, and you'll be adjudicated guilty on count 2 of 24 CF 2506, which is the misdemeanor. You're going to be on 2 years of probation with some conditions which include the substitute use evaluation, recommended treatment. You've got to do the evaluation within 30 days and start your treatment within 60. You'll have random testing, 24 hours of community service.
I believe it's $615 court cost, Judge. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Okay.
Times 2.
And then
Is that right, Madam Clerk? And
And she's asking about the cost of supervision with probation.
all right. And Mr. Cobb answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have a question for him?
I just, how much the probation was?
It's $40 a month cost of supervision.
Okay, so, like, I'm on disability, so it's a lot.
And the court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and accept the plea.
And I instructed her to report to probation today.
Right, well, they're here in the courtroom. Check in with them before you leave. They'll provide you with your proper instructions.
Oh, okay.
Okay? All right, thank you.
Anything? Just go back. Okay. You go back there and talk to probation.
No.
Next time I'll type the plea form up, Judge, I promise, so you can read it. Judge, the last 2 cases I have are the first defendant, State versus Star Sailor.
Yes.
2024 CF 2600 and 2024 CF 2589. I'm going to ask to leave that on Monday's docket for a plea or continuance. We're close on that one.
All right, plea or continuance on docket day.
And then the last case I have is State of Florida versus Donald Bruce Sanders. Come back on Monday, March 17th. Okay? All right. All right. State versus Donald Bruce Sanders. 2023 CF 2460. This is the case that Mr. Nopes originally had, and then Mr. Nopes had to withdraw, so I got put on the case. We conducted depositions in the case. I believe Mr. Snell and I can work it out. I would like to leave it on the docket for March 17th.
All right.
With no
plea or
subpoenas.
continuance?
Yeah, plea or continuance, no subpoenas.
Okay, see you on the 17th. Stay in touch with your lawyer.
Okay.
Thank you now.
All right, that's all I have, Judge, and I'll see you Wednesday.
Yes, sir. All right, now, any of these, I'm going to bring the video back up and see, y'all can check these folks, but I want to take a 5-minute comfort break at this point in time, and y'all can check who's in the queue for yourselves and for that, but we'll take 5 minutes at this point. And then you can line the folks up that you have to move them out as quickly as possible that we have, and then if there are any pleas, we'll take that after that, all right? 5 minutes.
All right, please.
hours that you've been expecting, but now we're open Saturday 10 to 4, Sunday 10 to 3, and it's both our Crestview, Fort Walton Beach, and Eglin Air Force Base locations. So you have things to do, go and do it. Just know the UPS store is going to be here. Again, Sundays 10 until 3 p.m.
Court is now back in session.
Please be seated.
Judge, I have Troy Tyre, Tyre, 24 CF 1729. Judge, we tried to subpoena the alleged victim in this case who did not appear at a deposition. However, we've done the research that we needed to set this case for trial. Mr. Tyre drove over from Live Oak to be here today.
All right.
And I state that and asking them if the court will allow him to perhaps waive his appearance for docket day.
State.
He's setting a case for trial, but he wants to ask his client not to have to be here for docket day? Is that what was happening?
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct, because he drove over from Live Oak. This is the case with Mr. Tyre.
We will send out the subpoenas, Your Honor.
So there is no chance for a voluntary disposition of this case?
No, Judge.
Okay, all right. And so how long do you believe it'll take to try the case from the state's point of view on this case, Mr. Snell?
It's a one-day trial.
I would agree.
Pick and go?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And based upon the nature of the charge and the folks involved, do we anticipate anything other than the ordinary number of jurors?
No, Judge.
No, sir, it's the regular number.
All right. And so your client understands that waiving his appearance at docket day means that there will be no voluntary disposition of this case, right?
Correct.
Other than a plea guilty as charged or go to trial.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So we anticipate then we'll have a trial. And what we'll do is then on the Friday before the trial week, which would be, I'm not good with the calendar, that would be, that's going to be 21 March. We'll decide whether your case is going to be tried the week of March the 24th or the week of April the 7th.
So to recap, the jury trial review is on March 21st.
Right.
So you would need to be back on that day.
On the 21st.
Correct.
Of March.
Correct.
Okay.
Be here by 8:30.
Yeah, right. And then based upon your travel, then we'll try to set your case for trial the beginning on the 24th. But we have 2 trial weeks, and we'll talk about then on the 21st, the dates when we'll pick the jury and the witnesses and everything. Be in touch with Mr. McKinney. I'm waiving your requirement to be here on the 17th, but you'll need to be here on the 21st because he'll need to be able to have to talk to you about making important decisions about what to do at the trial, and he can't do that if you're not here.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I also have Angela Wanless. Judge, this is Miss Angela Wanless before the court. She is here in 24 CF 1617. We did a deposition of the minor victim at the beginning of the week out of the area. We've received substantial discovery since then. There's an additional round of depositions that we need to complete prior to being ready for this case to be in a position to file motions or go to trial. It's our intention to push this to trial the next time around if we haven't reached an agreement, if we haven't filed any motions. So I'm going to request a continuance today for Ms. Wanless.
All right. And what other depositions do you need? Give me an idea of who you're talking about, Mr. McKinney.
There is another minor witness that we learned of additional information at the deposition that we did not know the whereabouts of. Now we do. That is a potential eyewitness in the case. I'm not going to state the name given that they're a juvenile.
Understood. All right. State?
Judge, we have no objection to the continuance, and we'll try and get those depositions set and it resolved with Mr. McKinney.
All right, very good. And once again, if it looks like they can't be set before reasonable on the 5/12, just get with the state and do a joint continuance so that we don't just have to bring folks in just to say we're going to continue the case.
And Judge, it's our intention to be ready because I know that we're in a position that we want to resolve this matter.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you. Good day.
Jeremiah Wright. And then I'll hand it over to Mr. Clowns. Mr. Wright is approaching in 24 CF 2061. We did complete a round of depositions the last time since we saw the court. We are going to be requesting a continuance today. And based on the depositions that we've done, there is an additional witness that we learned of through the deposition process and an additional defense witness. So I'm going to request a continuance so that we can provide that information to the state. I would ask that Mr. Wright continue to give me good information. He's always been in good contact. But that's what we need to do to progress the case forward by the next cycle.
State?
Request for a continuance, Mr. Wright.
No objection.
All right. It'll be continued.
And they have filled out contact information. I'll provide that.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have an interpreter report, if I can call those cases.
Yes, sir.
First I have would be Melvin Lopez Madrid.
Good morning, Madam Interpreter. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear to interpret these proceedings truthfully, adding nothing and subtracting nothing? All right.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Lopez Madrid. I'm going to ask the court to grant a continuance so that I can depose the officers involved in this case. Frankly, a review of the police report gives me cautious hope that there's going to be a viable motion to suppress here. So I would ask the court for a one-cycle continuance for Mr. Lopez.
State?
No objection, Your Honor.
5/12.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. 9 o'clock. Next, I have Josue Martinez Soto. This is Mr. Martinez Soto, Your Honor. He is on today's docket for 4 cases. We have reached an agreement to resolve all 4 of these. At this time, Mr. Martinez Soto is going to withdraw his previously entered not guilty plea. He's going to enter no contest pleas as charged on all 4 cases. The agreed upon sentence is that Mr. Martinez Soto will be placed on 3 years of probation, concurrent to all the felony counts. There are 3 misdemeanor counts. That would be count 2 in the 2228 case, count 2 in the 2229 case, and count 2 in the 2290 case. The agreed upon disposition on those 3 misdemeanor counts is that it will be time served. Mr. Martinez Soto will be ordered to pay $1,000 restitution in 24 CF 1180. And Madam Clerk, that is going to be payable to Anna, A-N-A, Joaquin, J-O-Q-U-I-N. The court will reserve jurisdiction for 90 days to determine appropriate restitution on the 323 CF cases. Mr. Martinez Soto will be assessed $615 in court costs for each case, a $50 application fee, and a $100 public defender fee for each case. He would be adjudicated. This is a negotiated downward departure, Your Honor. I did have extensive discussions with Mr. Martinez Soto about the immigration consequences of this plea. I point blank told him he should expect to be deported. Hopefully not, but given the current political climate in the country, but he has decided to enter this plea and take those chances. But those are the terms, Your Honor. May I approach?
State?
Those are the terms, Your Honor.
And so, I forgot to mention one thing, Your Honor. Mr. Martinez Soto cannot read or write. He did have this plea agreement read to him in its entirety in Spanish. So that is why his signature appears the way it does on the signature line. He basically printed his name.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes.
All right, you may put your hand down. With the help of the interpreter, were you able to understand what Mr. Klein's just announced?
Yes.
He's given me a written plea form which claims to have your signature. Did you sign that?
Yes.
He's explained to me that you were unable to read the plea form, but someone read it to you in Spanish.
Yes.
Is what was read to you what Mr. Klein's just announced in court?
Yes.
Do you understand by this plea arrangement that you're pleading no contest to these charges?
Yes.
By pleading no contest, what I understand you to tell me is that you believe the state has enough evidence to find you guilty of these charges, and you do not intend to contest that.
Yes.
Do you understand by making this plea, you're waiving your right to a trial where the state would have to prove your guilt in front of a jury beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
In this case, you will be adjudicated guilty. You'll be on 3 years of probation, time served on the misdemeanors. You'll have the restitution that was announced. Additional restitution may be established within 90 days. The fees and costs that were announced will have to be paid as a part of your probation. In addition, you'll have the standard terms of probation that were read to you in the form. Has Mr. Klein's answered all your questions regarding the plea and how it would affect you?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Klein's has also announced to me that he discussed with you the potential consequences based upon your immigration status of entering this plea. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Does that change your willingness to enter into this plea today?
Nothing is going to change.
You satisfied with how Mr. Klein's has represented you in this case?
Yes, always.
All right. The court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea with the adjudication. If you'll step this way to have your fingerprints, and We'll have to talk to excuse me, just one more thing, sir. You'll have to talk to probation before you leave, and they'll give you instructions. The interpreter will help you to receive those instructions before you leave the courtroom. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, last I have with Madam Interpreter is Jonathan Mejia Cruz. Mr. Mejia Cruz does not appear to be present, Your Honor, and I'll defer to the court.
Stay would request a case, Your Honor.
Issue a no bond capias, please.
I appreciate it.
All right, and we're going to take one of our folks who's on the remote real quick.
Your Honor, Mr.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, Judge, how are you?
Good.
By the way, I'm not in San Francisco. I have no idea why I have this background. I would never go to San Francisco. I don't know why it's there, so
Well,
I'm definitely not there.
as the long-standing joke, at least you're not a cat, right?
Right.
That's a good one.
All right. So
I just have one client, Judge Pedro Enrique. This is, see, I think the last name's a little bunched up. Let me tell you how it may appear on the, let's see here.
I have him as Montenegro de Jesus.
Yes, yes. So, Judge, I've had conversations with the state, and what we were discussing possibly, and he was still chewing on it, was to possibly plead to a misdemeanor to reckless driving. He hasn't gave me the position where he said he was inclining to it, but I'm sure he was checking on some stuff. So the idea here, hopefully, is to plead to a misdemeanor and then possibly see if we could do an abstention. But I'd like to hear from the state to see if they had a chance to.
I'm still working through that. If we could, Your Honor, if we could put it for play or continue on Monday, I think I'll be able to speak with him, and we'll be able to hopefully bring this in for a landing on Monday.
Were you able to hear the state?
I heard about needing more time, but what was the next hearing? When would it be?
It's on our cycle, it's called docket day, and it's Monday, this coming Monday, 17. And he said he'd reach out and chat with you about whether you can complete the arrangement that you had requested. That would be clear, continue on docket day, is what you're saying, Mr. Gomez?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right.
Candidly, between the parties, there's a discussion about a misdemeanor agreement. If that happens, and we'll make sure to file that well before Monday. That
Okay.
way it falls off the docket.
All right, and I would take that in absentia, so if you reach that agreement, then he would file it and we'll take care of it, and you wouldn't need to be present. If that doesn't work out and it's a continuance, then work with Mr. Gomez and you can just get it continued on a written agreement, and that you wouldn't need to be present on Monday either.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're
Thank
welcome
you.
now. All right, and I'm sorry to keep you in the holding box. So
No, no worries, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you now. Bye-bye. Mr. Koch.
Good morning, Judge.
Is it still? Yes. No, it's
If
afternoon.
If I may call a Spanish interpreter case while we have the interpreter present,
Yes,
Your Honor.
absolutely.
And just to be clear, this is a pro se client currently. Last name is Tameo Correa, first name Luis, and that case number is 24 CF 2352. And once again, that last name is Tameo Correa. He's unrepresented.
Give me a second and I'll pull that case, please.
Actually, I'm showing us Mr. Snell, right?
Correct, yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. You're here today without a lawyer. Would you like a lawyer to help you in this case?
Yes.
All right. Are you able to afford a lawyer on your own?
Sí, pero ¿le vale el mismo?
Yes, I can, but was I supposed to have him today?
Yes, sir. Have you spoken to a lawyer to represent you?
¿Ha hablado usted con un abogado para que lo represente?
No.
No.
I can reset the case for Monday, the 17th, so you can have your lawyer with you.
Le puedo aplazar su caso para el 17 de marzo para que pueda presentarse con su abogado.
Digamos que vivo muy lejos.
Es que, I live far.
Where do you live, sir?
Arkansas.
Arkansas. Tennessee?
Arkansas, Tennessee.
Oh, Arkansas, Tennessee?
Okay. So my records show that you were living in Jacksonville.
Mi récord indica que usted está viviendo en Jacksonville.
No, pero me cambié mi dirección.
I've moved.
Do you have one of those forms, additional form, Mr. McKinney? Here's a contact information form. Please complete that and turn it in. You'd need, this case has been pending since October.
Este caso ha estado pendiente desde el mes de octubre.
It will need to move forward.
Necesita avanzar.
You'll need to make arrangements to have the lawyer appear.
Usted tiene que hacer algún tipo de arreglos para tener su abogado aquí presente.
And I'm not willing to continue the case again
Porque no estoy dispuesto a seguir aplazando el caso.
unless you have a commitment from a lawyer to represent you in the case.
Que tenga algún compromiso de un abogado que lo esté representando.
So I'll leave it set for the 17th,
Lo voy a dejar para el 17 de marzo.
and you make arrangements to have your lawyer be present,
Haga un arreglo para que un abogado esté presente con usted.
or you must be present on the 17th
O usted
yourself.
tendrá que venir a representarse a sí mismo
And we'll move forward from there.
para poder mover el caso de
Any questions?
¿Alguna pregunta?
¿A qué hora sería la corte?
What time is it?
9 o'clock.
9.
All right, thank you very much. Be sure to turn that form in before you leave.
Ahora entregue el formulario antes de que se vaya.
Okay.
Judge, I have Vanessa Williams. Ms. Williams is present and approaching 24 CF 2685. The last time we had saw the court, we were talking about a PTI. We still need the PTI paperwork in this case so that we can review that and have Ms. Williams go to probation.
And where is that paperwork at this point?
I would need to get it from state.
State?
Okay. I can have that provided to him if you want to leave it on the 17th. I can do that at 35.
Because that's where we were last time, right?
Yes, sir.
We were expecting a PTI on docket day last time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but I didn't have that. I'm sorry if I dropped the ball on that, Jason.
If we bring it back on docket day, we can try to accomplish it by then.
Right. And Mr. McKinney, if you don't have it by, say, just move to continue.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Do we know who these folks are here?
Judge, Candace Murphy is yours. And I believe Mr. Davis is here as an attorney representing Mr. Blake Martin.
Yes, Your Honor. Scott Davis is one of the registry attorneys. And I do know that I've withdrawn from Mr. Martin's case, so that's highly likely.
All right, Mr. Davis?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Sorry that you were stuck in the holding cell there for so long.
No apologies necessary, Your Honor. Thank you so much for allowing us to appear by Zoom.
All right. And you're with Mr. Martin, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Scott Davis. For the record, I represent the defendant, Blake Martin.
All right. Go ahead.
Your Honor, there were some motions that were previously pending before the court that were continued for various reasons that need to be set. And the state had one witness that, I don't want to put words in the state's mouth, but I understand that he was somewhat difficult to clear a date with. But the state has cleared a date with that gentleman for April 17th, which I understand the court's available on that date. And I have cleared that date with them, to be fair, this morning.
State?
That's correct, Judge. We'd like to set those motions for April 17th. We will do the notice of hearing on that for 2:30. We do have an out-of-county witness that'll be traveling over in person for one of those hearings, so.
I think we already have quite a few on the 17th. You say 2:30. How long do you anticipate the hearing will be?
I wouldn't say more than an hour, Mr. Davis.
An hour to 90 minutes, Your Honor. It's hard to say for certain, but I will certainly do my best on my end to keep it as brief as possible, considering the court's calendar.
Let me just look and see. Because right now I've got, I got VOP evidentiary with Mr. McLeod with you, Mr. Kleins. I got a VOP evidentiary with Mr. Koch with Eliza Peterson. Another VOP with Mr. Koch with Joshua Rogers. And then I've got two motion hearings with Mr. Switek, with Timothy Anderson, and also with James Rowland. So that's what we've already have set at 2:30 on the 17th.
And I'm not 100% sure if it was proper. I think it was already noticed for hearing on the 17th, but I know Lee Lucas, I filed a motion to dismiss my case with Mr. Lucas. I think that's on the 17th.
I think that is too, Your Honor.
And in full candor, Mr. McLeod actually doesn't have an evidentiary hearing. He would be totally against my advice, but I don't think the court's going to have to book time with Mr. McLeod. I could be wrong, but.
Well, and I can let the court know, when we did reach out to the ICAC commander, we did give him, I believe, the next 3 or 4 miscellaneous dates, and that's the only one that he said that he'd be able to come over and travel to Okaloosa County for, so that's why that was the date that I'd reached out to Mr. Davis with.
All right, well, we'll just have to set it on the 17th then to accommodate the witness, but, bring your sandwich and your thermos of coffee, is all I can say.
Yes, Judge.
All right, so let's get that, because Madam Clerk has brought it to my attention. We've closed that docket. I'll force this one onto there with the understanding that it's going to be a big afternoon.
And I can tell the court, and this is a morning hearing, but I did file a notice of hearing on the 17th for a motion to dismiss, and that case has been null prossed. So the last name was Leon. I don't know if that's showing in the
That's
court
in the
clerk
morning
system.
though, right?
It is in the morning,
Yeah.
but I know that that will at least help. If anything can be rescheduled to the morning, we can throw in my 2 cents.
And that also follows we don't yet know how many pretrial detentions we'll have either, so that's a jam-packed Thursday. So, but we'll just plan on 4/17 and we'll just go till we're done.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Yes, sir. If the court prefers to set it on another date, it's fine with me, Judge. I'm happy to
Well,
coordinate.
I think what I heard from Ms. Bergman is that the witness, that's the availability for the witness.
Yes, sir, but I didn't have an objection. I don't have an objection to the state procuring other dates and coordinating a new date with the witness, if the court prefers, only because the court's packed. I'm just trying to accommodate the court's schedule.
Yep. Well,
And Judge, if that's the court would prefer, we certainly can do that, but I believe I gave him.
no, let's go ahead and take the date we have.
Okay.
Case needs to move forward, and let's just use that date.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, who's going to notice that up?
The state will.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, go ahead and make a note of that, put that on as a placeholder so that we don't, okay? All right?
That's 2:30, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. But as you've heard, there's quite a few other things there, so there might be some slop to that time.
Understood, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much
All
for your
right.
time.
Thank you now.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Y'all too.
Thank you, Your Honor. Goodbye.
And Your Honor, Candace Murphy is Mr. Klein's client, but I have a co-defendant case on Michael Murphy. If you want to admit her, Mr. Klein's, and I can address those cases. And for the record, Your Honor, my client is Michael Murphy, case number 24 CF 1593, and Mr. Klein's has Candace Murphy, who is the co-defendant in that matter. And my client has a waiver on file, Your Honor. He lives in Missouri.
All right.
Your Honor, as to my case, ultimately, we would like to continue it, but set it for a plea hearing, mainly because he does live in Missouri. However, in my conversations just now with Mr. Gomez, it actually may be worked out for a misdemeanor, in which case, of course, we'll do a plea in absentia. I know the 17th is pretty full, at least for the afternoon, and I certainly don't want to clog it up anymore. If there's another April date the court has available, we can certainly set it for that date.
24.
Okay? And
Sorry, Your Honor,
then,
was that the 24th?
Yes,
Thank you, Judge.
and that'll be at 9 a.m., correct, Your Honor?
correct.
Okay, and then I'll let Mr. Klein's announce for his case.
Hey, Candace, I talked to the state this morning. They would be willing to offer you a pretrial intervention agreement. So if you're okay, I was gonna ask the court to put this on the the April 24th docket so we can get the paperwork done. Judge, I just don't want to clog up next Monday. And I'm not gonna be here next Monday, so I don't want to stick my docket partners and do what my.
Okay, so set it for plea on 4/24?
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Did you hear everything I said, Candace?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'll call you, maybe this week, but I'll give you a call sometime in the next week or two. We'll talk about it.
Already.
All right, thank you very much. Good day.
Yeah, and I have a couple that I can address to try and keep the docket moving. Obviously, we just addressed Mr. Murphy's case. The next will be Douglas Neal in 24 CF 2548. And I am going to apologize profusely. We did not have any internet this morning at my office. So I have a handwritten waiver for Mr. Neal because I didn't want him to have to sit and wait all day to get continued for depots that are already scheduled. So I did ask my legal assistants to e-file this. I've shown it to the state. Mr. Gomez is graciously willing to accept my handwritten.
I told her only if it was written on a napkin, that would be the only way that would.
I was gonna chisel it in stone, but I didn't think I had time.
Careful. Careful how you use those metaphors now.
So I will e-file that very quickly handwritten waiver.
Waiver accepted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Neal did meet with me, and I just had a bad phone number for him, but we've gotten that resolved, and he has depots set on the 28th of April, so we would just ask to continue this matter to the May docket.
No objection, Your Honor.
And you say the depots is set for 4/24?
4/28.
All right, matter will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next I have is Latorica Robbins, Your Honor. She was present. We had a PTI agreement. In lieu of holding her hostage here, we let her go ahead and go to probation to get signed up for PTI. I did get an agreement from Mr. Snell that he would agree that she could go ahead and go. So if we could just continue this to the May docket, it should fall off.
All right, PTI status on 5/12.
And then I have Evan Rodriguez, Your Honor, 24 CF 510 and 511. These were left on, I have a waiver of appearance for Mr. Rodriguez was filed in both cases, Your Honor. These were left on the docket.
Waiting for weights and substance.
Correct, Your Honor. And I've actually just gotten some information from Mr. Snell that FDLE is being difficult with him. But as a result, that's actually gonna work out to my client's benefit, so we're not gonna throw a big hissy fit. If we could continue this to the May docket, I believe there'll probably be some motion practice that I will be filing, and based on that, I believe there'll be a resolution. So I will get that filed as soon as possible and get it set probably for the afternoon of the 24th. Or the morning of the 24th, whichever time Mr. Snell believes would be more pertinent.
Objections to the continuance, Mr. Snell?
No, sir.
It'll be continued to the 12th.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the rest I have either not seen or they're coming at once, so if I could just step back.
All right.
And go through my continuances in the gallery. Your Honor, first I have Eddie Lewis, followed by Edward Maldonado. Mr. Lewis is present and approaching, Your Honor. I'm going to ask for a one-cycle continuance. This is a late November arrest. I do need to depose the alleged victim in the case before I can announce ready for trial.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
Can you restate the first name?
Eddie?
This 24/27/16.
Yes, sir.
And state agrees to the continuance, 5/12.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
Next, I have Edward Maldonado, followed by Tyrone Malloy.
Yes, sorry.
This is Mr. Maldonado. This case is going to be announced plea or trial. The state does have a current offer of 2 years of probation on the table for Mr. Maldonado. He is fully aware, as everybody who's about to come up here and I'm announcing plea or trial, every one of them has been explained. The court's position on continuance is passed next Monday. So Mr. Maldonado, as well as everybody else about to come up, they know that they are on a week-long clock here, but it's plea or trial right now.
All right. See you Monday.
I'll call you. Thank you. Yep. Next, I have Tyrone Malloy, followed by Alicia Marshall. And this is Mr. Malloy. He, similar, is plea or trial. There is an offer on the table. Mr. Malloy just needs to talk to the DMV one last time, but it's going to be plea or trial for next Monday also.
All right. See you on Monday.
Next, I have Alicia Marshall, followed by Eddie Maynard. and this is Ms. Marshall. Your Honor, if we can leave her on for plea or continue for next week. We've been in discussions with the state. Just this morning, Ms. Marshall forwarded me some proof of employment that I need to send over to Ms. Barrickman, but I do expect, fingers crossed, that this will be dismissed before next Monday, but if we can just leave her on for plea or continue for next Monday.
All right. See you on Monday.
Eddie Maynard. Your Honor, I've had no contact with Mr. Maynard.
State would request a KPS, Your Honor.
I show he already has one. Do we withdraw that?
It looked like there was a KPS issued on the 15th of January and then withdrawn on the 16th of January.
Because he came in like the next day, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Issue a no bond KPS.
Next in the gallery, I have Scott Mose, followed by Noah Morris. And this is Mr. Mose, Your Honor. He also would be a plea or trial situation.
And is there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor. Right now, it's a 16.2-month guideline offer.
Okay.
Last week, we filed a reciprocal discovery statement from the alleged victim in the case, so.
Okay. All right, see you Monday.
Next, I have Noah Morris. And then the last non-plea case in the gallery, Your Honor, is going to be Derek Newman. This is Mr. Morris, Your Honor. The state has proposed a PTI for Mr. Morris. If we could put this on the April 24th docket for a resolution on this.
State.
No objection. What date was that we wanted to move it to, Your Honor?
4/24.
Yes, no objection, Your Honor.
Okay. See you then. Thank you.
Last I have right now is Derek Newman. Your Honor, Mr. Newman, I had asked the court to continue this in January for a motion to dismiss. I did the research, and I just don't think I can put together an arguable motion for Mr. Newman. Because of that, we're going to announce plea or trial. The state has proposed a time served deal to Mr. Newman. I believe he's going to accept that. He just wants to talk about that with his wife before he agrees to something like that.
Okay. All right, very good. See you on Monday.
All right, I'll give you a call this week, okay? All right, man. That's all I have that's not a plea case, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have two present here in the gallery.
All right, go ahead, sir.
If I may call Ms. Tricia Prescott, present approaching. It's 24 CF 1403 for Ms. Tricia Prescott.
All right, go ahead.
Judge, seeking a one-cycle continuance. On February 19th, we had deposition set for 4 civilian witnesses that were inside the apartment that failed to appear. Seeking that one-cycle continuance, Your Honor.
State.
No objection. We have got our investigators searching for those individuals right now, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be continued 5/12. Thank you.
9 o'clock. Next case, Judge, would be Mr., last name's Roberts, first name Judson, in 24 CF 2225. He's present approaching. Yes, Your Honor. I'm ultimately seeking a one-cycle continuance. We were in front of this court back on January 13th. Judge, you did instruct my client to make contact to make that appointment. My client did not fulfill that obligation. I'm seeking that one-cycle continuance, and I did speak with my client's uncle, who did bring him over this morning, Your Honor.
Okay. And so, an offer was made when we were here last time, right?
Yes, Judge. May I approach you briefly on this matter?
Yes.
For years, I proudly served Florida as a state trooper. During that time, I investigated over 1,000 car, motorcycle, and trucking crashes.
Okay, all right. With that, we'll continue it to 5:12, and if it doesn't look like those things will be completed, go ahead and work with the state and get your motion filed to save them the travel on the continuance, right? If that's not completed and ready by 5:12, there's no reason to bring them back if it's not finished, right? So let's be realistic about that timing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay?
Is this 2225? Is that the case?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Roberts. And that's all I had present in the courtroom, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McKinney.
Judge, I do have one individual, Sean Watson, who's in the
Watson, you say?
Sean Watson.
Okay.
He's coming before the court in 24 CF 343, 24 CF 1016. We did a deposition of Investigator Mike Evans recently. That's going to lead us to a position where we are seeking a continuance to engage with a digital forensic expert. We have engaged with several, and we're seeing who can treat our case the quickest. I believe it would be appropriate for a two-cycle continuance in this case, given that we are bringing an expert on board to look at the digital forensics. Additionally, the case officer is Investigator Jessica Keel, and I believe that she is not going to be available until after mid-June. I'll defer to the state as to that.
That's correct, there's no objection.
So 2 cycles, you agree?
Yes, Judge.
Madam Clerk?
That would be July 14th.
Okay.
Be sure you fill the contact.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I have 3 in the gallery for pleas.
All right, go ahead.
First would be Kirtland McNamara. Mr. McNamara is present. Your Honor, this is going to be a plea to misdemeanor, actually. And count 1 for Mr. McNamara is currently burglary of a structure. Mr. McNamara is going to be entering a plea to the lesser included offense of trespass.
I'll look that up right now. Yeah.
The agreed upon disposition on count 1 will be time served. Count 2 will be nolle prost. Mr. McNamara would be assessed misdemeanor court costs, $150 in public defender fees, and he would be adjudicated of this matter. May I approach?
Granted.
The statute on that, Your Honor, would be 810.08 subsection 2 subsection A. A, yep.
So this is just to the trespass time served?
Correct, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
With the fees and costs, which would be, Madam Clerk? All right, raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
You heard, you put your hand down. You heard Mr. Klein said, and you signed the written plea form?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're pleading no contest to the trespass, can be adjudicated guilty, sentenced to time served with the fees and costs that were announced?
Yes, sir.
You waive your right to a trial by jury.
Yes, sir.
Court find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into, and they accept the plea. How much time do you need to get those fees and costs paid?
What, how much time you can give me?
I give you 180 days,
That's fine.
all right? Okay, all right.
Good luck, Kirk. Next, I have Richard Newcomer.
Plus the 100.
This is Mr. Newcomer, Your Honor. At this time, Mr. Newcomer is going to be entering a no contest plea as charged. The agreed upon disposition will be that Mr. Newcomer will be sentenced to time served. He would be assessed $615 in court costs, $150 in public defender fees. He's previously been adjudicated. May I approach?
Granted. No score sheet objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Klein said, and you signed the written plea form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me. How old are you and how far did you go in school?
I am 42 and 2 years in college.
All right, you able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you do that before you signed it?
I did.
And it's what you heard Mr. Klein's announce, what you read in the form?
Correct.
You understand that you're pleading no contest to this charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that says to me, you believe the state's got the proof of your guilt and you're not going to contest it?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand by doing this, you're waiving your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
In this case, you'll be adjudicated guilty, sentenced to time served with the fees and costs. How much time do you need to get those paid?
Can I get 6 months?
Yes, sir. And were those correct fees and costs, Madam Clerk? Okay. Mr. Klein's answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you?
Yes, Your Honor.
You satisfied with how he's represented you?
Yes, I have. Yes, I am.
Court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea. Step this way, please.
Just through the clerk's office downstairs. Yeah, just phone and say hi. All right, man. Last I have in the gallery, Your Honor, is Andrew Owsley. Mr. Owsley is present and approaching. Mr. Owsley at this time is going to be entering a no contest plea as charged. The agreed upon disposition is that he will be sentenced to credit for time served. He'll be assessed $615 in court costs, $150 in public defender fees. He's previously been adjudicated. May I approach?
Granted. All right, if you would raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Klein said and you signed the written plea form?
Yes, sir.
And how old are you and how far did you go in school?
54, graduated with trade school.
All right, you able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
And it's what you read in the form what Mr. Klein's announced?
Yes, sir.
All right, in this case, you're pleading no contest to the charges. Did you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And that says to me, you believe the state could prove your guilt and you're not going to contest that?
I'm not going to test it now.
Okay. Well, it doesn't sound like you agree to that. Let me say it another way. Do you believe this?
This is my best interest, yes.
You believe this is the best way to dispose of the case for your own interest? Okay. And you understand by doing this, you're waiving your right to a trial where the state would have to prove it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this case, you'll be adjudicated guilty, credit for time served with the fees and costs. How much time do you think you need to get those paid?
6 months or more. 6 months, I guess.
Okay. 180 days to pay. Mr. Klein's answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with what he's done for you?
Yes, sir.
I'll find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into, and I'll accept the plea with the adjudication. If you'll step this way to get your plea.
Your Honor, may I announce just one case really quickly?
Yes, Ms. Jigley.
I have Cersei Hobbs on the docket. Ms. Hobbs is present, Your Honor, and she's approaching.
Hobbs?
Hobbs. Your Honor, Ms. Hobbs is going to be entering the pretrial intervention program. I'm handing her the contract right now. I've already reviewed it with her. She's going to go ahead and go get signed up with probation right now. So I'm going to hand it to her and let her go. If we could continue this to May 12th, it should fall off the docket.
Okay, so we'll put a PTI status on 5/12.
Please, Your Honor.
Okay? Okay, thank you.
I had 3 that showed up, Your Honor.
Okay,
If
go
I
ahead,
may
Mr.
call
Cox.
them. First would be Anthony, last name Scott, 24 CF 1298.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm asking to set this for plea or continuance. This is Anthony Scott, Mr. Snell.
Okay.
Mr. Snell is going to reach out to the alleged victim in this matter for an offer / or counter to ultimately drop this case. So if we can set it for docket day, plea or continuance, Your Honor.
All right. Stay in touch with your lawyer, and we'll see you Monday, okay? Thank
See
you.
on the 17th. Next, Your Honor, will be last name Rudisale, first name Carey. Present, it's 24 CF 1775, and that's Carey, last name Rudisale. And this will be a trial or plea, Your Honor, set for docket day.
Okay. Stay in touch with your lawyer and see you on Monday, okay?
Monday, 9 o'clock, same place. Yes, ma'am. And lastly, Mr. William, last name Reed, in 24 CF 2904. Your Honor, I'm seeking a first-time continuance in this matter, provided my contact information for my client to come schedule an appointment and talk with me.
All right. Stay.
We are calling, number
This is William Reed.
Reed, okay. And you're asking for continuance?
First-time continuance, yep.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Matter will be continued to 5/12. Stay in touch with Mr. Koch and so that he has what he needs to help you resolve your case, okay?
Should make that appointment. And if I may call Mr. Elbert Rice, who's present and approaching in 24 CF 1848. That's Mr. Elbert, last name Rice.
Yes.
And just an update on this case, Your Honor. Today is the third pretrial conference. My office was appointed on the 13th. This is my first contact with my client, is today. So I am seeking a continuance in this matter. And the nature of these charges, there's a 33-year minimum mandatory. So I am seeking that continuance so my client can come to my office.
State.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, sir. So matter will be continued to 5/12. Get in touch with your attorney. It's important he has access to you to help you resolve the case, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Call and he scheduled an appointment to talk to me on her back side. It's court date, okay? Absolutely. That's all I have present, Your Honor, currently.
Yeah, this is Mr. Terry Price. He's on the docket pro se in 24 CF 1926.
Price?
Price.
He's under no attorney, Your Honor.
Terry Lamar Price. I think we were here last time. You indicated you were going to try and retain Miss Dudley, right?
Yes, sir.
Did that work out for you?
No, sir, it did not.
Okay. Do you still want a lawyer to help you? Guess you're not able to afford one on your own?
Right, with new information that I was just gotten, I would like to ask for a discontinuance of this case from the state, but if not, then I'll take an attorney.
Okay. Are you going to be able to afford a lawyer on your own?
No, sir, I'll take a public defender.
Okay, have you completed the form for the appointment?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll let you do that now so you can turn it in. Then after I look at that, then we'll talk about giving you a new court date. That way we'll have the form and everything, the case will move forward that way, okay?
Okay.
And just take your time to complete the form, all the details in there. Be sure you answer all the questions, because if you even leave one blank, the clerk will reject the form, not because she's mean, but because the law says if you leave any blanks on there, they have to reject the form. So just take your time to finish it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Judge, may I approve the deferred prosecution agreement
Yes.
for Co-Tran, 24 CF 2853, signed by all parties. The regular deferred prosecution agreement, not a
Yes. All right, anybody else in the gallery?
Your Honor, Zach McLean is in the gallery. He's number, I believe, 126 on the pro se document.
Okay. All right, come on down, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I apologize, I have laryngitis, so it may be difficult to hear me.
I understand, sir. You're here today without a lawyer. Do you want a lawyer to help you?
Absolutely, Your Honor. You gave me a 2-month continuance last cycle to acquire those funds. Unfortunately, I was unable to do that.
Okay, I'll give you the form for you to complete that.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Judge, I had one early route from the 1 o'clock, but it's Mr. Brandon, last name Rogers, in 24 CF 1525. Brandon Rogers.
All right.
Judge, I'm asking to set this for plea or continuance on the 17th. Mr. Snell is reaching out to alleged victim to confirm our counteroffer that we presented.
All right. See you on Monday. Stay in touch with Ms. Koch so he can let you know what's going on, okay? Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
And we took care of Bo, right? He's.
Your Honor.
You're back.
So as not to waste my time this morning, I went to the jail. I spoke with Mr. Malaby, who's currently scheduled for Wednesday. He is going to be entering a plea, however, given the nature of the charges and where the victims are in location and things of that nature, we are going to be needing to set this for a date certain for a plea and sentencing, although it will be to a negotiated resolution. If we could go ahead and continue him to the 12th, but set him for the 24th at 9 for a plea. I don't anticipate that there'll be any testimony or argument from any of the alleged victims. I know Ms. Barrickman needs to, Ms. Barrickman will need to address with them and give them that opportunity to comply with Marcy's law, so.
All right, so.
And Mr. Malaby specifically asked that he not have to be transported Wednesday just to get another court date.
Okay.
We have no objection to that.
All right, so I'm going to restate, be sure I'm on board. We're fully continuing the case to 5/12 with the anticipation that there will be a plea on 4/24.
Correct, Your Honor.
And we not transporting him on Wednesday.
Correct, Your Honor. And I didn't continue ahead of time because last time we were here, we told the court we would give the court an answer, so I didn't want to continue ahead of time for that purpose. But when I met with Mr. Malaby, he specifically asked if he could not have to be shackled and brought down for that purpose. So, and Madam Clerk, that case number is 23 CF 1297.
All right.
And I will do a notice of hearing for all of these that are set on the 24th as well, just to make sure everything's squared away.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Chiquette, will that be at 9 a.m.?
Yes. Okay. Unless we need to change it, and then I'll get with you, but I'll defer to you on that. For my purposes, it'll be 9.
Perfect.
Does Your Honor want me to call? I've got about 5 or 6 other cases that people aren't here. Or if you want to pass that over.
It's your call, Mr. Clines.
I'll go and call. Your Honor, the first one that I'm gonna call by name is Amanda Martin. Ms. Martin has been in the Twin Cities Hospital. I did not file a waiver this week because or last week I haven't talked to her. I don't know if the court wants to let me, I was gonna announce plea or trial. Case is ready to go. She has had medical issues, significant medical issues. If the court would allow me to leave this on for next Monday, I would prefer that, but I'll defer how the court wants to proceed.
So plea or trial on docket day,
Yes, sir.
and then we'll see what happens.
Yes, sir.
State,
I'm good with that, Your Honor.
all right? No, slow down, be sure Madam Clerk's on
Absolutely.
board timing-wise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next one I'm going to call, he's actually in federal custody right now, Malcolm Norvilis.
Right, this is the person that was in Santa Rosa, but
He's still there. So I
and
had,
sort of amorphous, we weren't sure whether he was in federal custody in Santa Rosa County or in state custody in Santa Rosa County with a federal hold, but
he is firmly
some
under,
complicated situation.
he seems to be under the thumb of the federal system right now because he is set for sentencing on May 15th on the federal case. I talked with Mr. Gomez several weeks ago. I believe the states, they just want to make sure he's sentenced to some kind of prison time over there before they dismiss all these other state law charges. So I don't know if the court wants to continue this to the May docket or if the court wants to continue this to like a miscellaneous date in June just to confirm that the sentencing took place. I don't have any indication from this federal public defender that's going to be delayed.
What's our first miscellaneous date in June, Madam Clerk? All right, we'll set it for 6/12.
Yes, sir.
And we'll just set that for status since we're, just to see where we are.
Yes, sir.
Moving it from Wednesday.
Yes.
So then the next date is only
June 12th, right.
Right.
June 12th.
You'll be the only one here if it's on June 2nd. Next I have is Jeremy Mobley.
Mowgli?
Yes, sir, Mobley. He was going to be announced plea or trial, but I have received information from a family member that Mr. Mobley has been enrolled in a inpatient treatment program, a 30-day program that should end by the end of April. Based on that, if the court would allow me to ask for a continuance for Mr. Mobley, I do have confirmation from this program, it's down south, that he is there.
State?
So we would have no objection, we would just, if you want to get us some documentation regarding that, that would.
Absolutely,
certainly
I'll get it
affect our-
reciprocal today.
That would
I
affect
mean,
our
I've had the
offer.
program email me personally.
Okay, so it'll be 5/12.
Then I have two more, Your Honor. One is Riskish Mosley, 23 CF 2386. We tried to contact Mr. Mosley this morning. I'll defer to the court how it wants to proceed. Just so Your Honor is aware, I did file a motion to suppress on Mr. Mosley's case last fall. I have been waiting to depose the FDLE expert. She has not showed up for 2 depositions. He's clearly not here today. I don't know if the court wants to pass this over to see if I can get him here on Monday, or however the court wants to proceed. I'm going to still try to get him here on Monday, but that's kind of the position is we're waiting to take this deposition. I'm probably going to file a motion to compel, or in order to show cause, I should say. But the motion's already been written. I just need testimony prior to the hearing. But he's not here, so however y'all want to handle that.
I'll let you see if you can get him here Monday.
Yes, sir. Will you continue on Monday?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll do what I can to get him here. And then the last I have on today's docket, Your Honor, is Weston Gines. And Mr. Gines is an old case. We finally.
he is.
Yes, we finally, Mr. Moody, the defense witness, is being deposed, I believe, on April 21st.
April 21st at 10 a.m., yep.
And that is it. And then this case will be announced clear trial next cycle. That's what we've been waiting on, is Mr. Moody's deposition to take place.
All right. So you agree with that for the continuance under that situation?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, matter will be continued.
And then the last one I have, I'll pass it to the board. I need to talk to Mr. Gomez real quick. But this is Michael Nero.
So he's done it.
Yeah, I mean, he has paid the cost of supervision because they won't take it. And the court won't take it.
Yeah. What's the case? Your Honor, at this time, I just want the court to know we were waiting on payment of some of the costs. I'm holding a receipt from the Okaloosa Clerk of Circuit Court. In 24 CF 351, the state would announce a dismissal of that case at this time, Your Honor. you send that over in reciprocal, just so that I have it.
Yeah.
Case is dismissed. Did we get those applications back?
They're both ready, Judge.
All right. Pass them forward. Mr. McLean, come on, or whoever, doesn't matter.
Zachary McLean, you're up.
All right, so in addition to yourself, you have one person that you support.
Yes, Your Honor. I pay monthly child support for my daughter.
And is that what you have there, is that what you take home every 2 weeks?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And you have rental income, what is that from?
I have people that are living currently in the home that I pay a mortgage on while I live with my significant other. And I'm still currently paying on that mortgage. I am in the process of selling the house. But they are on a month-to-month rental basis until the house is sold.
Okay. And so the house is basically worth what you owe?
Yes, Your Honor. I purchased the house 2 years ago. I haven't stayed there long. I had a significant other of 5 years, and we split, and it was pretty horrid. So I pretty much washed all ties I had to that relationship, including the house.
Yeah. That, in all candor, that probably is going to disqualify you from the appointment because it's not your homestead and you're receiving rental income. Now,
I still currently physically reside there.
oh, you do live there?
Yes, I just primarily stay with my significant other because we've been together for about 6 months. And I just end up staying there most nights.
Okay. Well, with the rental income, it still may disqualify you from that. So I'll turn it into the clerk and we'll, if they say no, then bring everything you have, which shows what you've said, share it with your lawyer, and we'll have a hearing about whether or not, given all of the circumstances, you still qualify because you can. Your lawyer can explain to you that. But with that, I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in this case.
Is there an offer, AJ, on this case? Do you know?
Yes. It was, I would do a withhold of adjudication, 2 years of probation, restitution in the amount of $3,628 to Cumberland Farms, $615 in court costs, PD fee, 24 hours of community service work, no trespassing at 1605 Florence Avenue in Fort Walton Beach, Florida, which is the Cumberland Farms in question.
Your Honor, given the significant amount of restitution, and the fact I'm going to be in court Wednesday and Thursday, and I got to go to the jail tomorrow, I don't want to just put this on next Monday's docket. I would ask the court for a one-cycle continuance, but I'll talk to Mr. McLean as quick as I can.
All right. State?
I'm good with that, no objection, Your Honor.
And if you reach an agreement, then you know, Mr. Collins will explain to you that anytime I'm here and there's an agreement and I'm available, will take a plea.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Thank you.
Let me give you the number. So this was continued, Madam Clerk? Yes, okay.
512.
Mr. Price?
Okay. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in this matter. The clerk will review this. If they say you don't qualify, they'll tell you why. If you think they're wrong, get everything you have that shows they're wrong and give it to your lawyer, and we'll have a hearing about that in the next court day.
Yes, sir.
Judge, this is going to be Mr. Koch. I'm providing his information at this time. That's the name of your attorney. Is there an offer in this case currently?
Yes, it is a withhold of adjudication, 2 years of probation, $180.15 to the Family Dollar Store, no trespass at the Family Dollar Store, 24 hours of community service work.
Judge, in hearing the offer, I'd like to leave this on docket day, plea or continue.
Okay? All right, so get in touch with Mr. Koch. We'll see you back on Monday, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you now.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I can break in briefly, I have Cornelius Lee in the courtroom. We can get him on his way to probation.
Say again?
I have Cornelius Lee in the courtroom. He's entering a plea to probation. We can get him on his way.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. That case number is 24 CF 2806. Come on, Mr. Lee. Your Honor, Mr. Lee is going to be entering a no contest plea as charged to counts 1 and 3. Count 2 will be a null pros. Count 1 will be a withhold and 18 months of probation. Count 3 will be a year of probation concurrent to that. He needs to pay $610 in court costs, a $150 cost of defense, complete a substance abuse evaluation within 30 days, and if any treatment's recommended, he needs to begin that within 60 days of today. He needs to complete 24 hours of community service work and needs not to have any controlled substances without a prescription. And we have no objection to this portion. Yep. Sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay.
I could just, you want me to just cross out the probation and just do withhold?
I'm okay with that, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may just make a brief change that won't affect Mr. Lee at all, but based on the state's request.
Yes.
So basically, Your Honor, as to count 3, he will not be on probation. He'll just have a withhold. May I approach?
Yes. Fines, fees, and costs, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk, is it 615 on a withhold? I thought it was 610 on a withhold. If I'm wrong, I want to make sure I get it right going forward, so. Is 615? Okay. Thank you very much, because I've been doing that incorrectly, so I'll make sure.
All right. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you put your hand down. You heard what Ms. Jaquith said, and you signed the written plea form?
Yes, sir.
All right. How old are you, and how far did you go in school?
19, and I'll go to school. 10th grade?
Okay. You able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
And what you saw in the plea form, is that what Ms. Jaquith announced?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you understand that you're pleading no contest to the charges?
Yes, sir.
And that says to me that you believe the state's got the proof of your guilt and you're not going to contest that.
Yes, sir.
You also understand that by making this plea, you're waiving your right to a trial where the state would have to prove your guilt.
Yes, sir.
In this case, adjudication will be withheld. You're going to be on 18 months of probation with some conditions, the standard conditions, plus no controlled substances without a prescription. And you have to do your evaluation in 30 days and recommended treatment within 60.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jaquith answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you.
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with how she's represented you?
Yes, sir.
The court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I address the rest of my cases now that it's about 5 after 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next I have Teresa Lilly. Your Honor, that case number is 24 CF 2872. I have attempted to make contact with Ms. Lilly at the contact information that was provided during her first appearance. I have not been successful, and I've not had any, she has not contacted me at all, so I'm not able to give the court any information about where she may be. I can tell the court that I did also sound the courtroom and the hallway this morning, and she was not present.
State would request a capias, Your Honor.
No bond capias.
Your Honor, the next I have is Clifford Meggs. Clifford Meggs. Your Honor, that case number is 24 CF 2919. I've not had any contact with Mr. Meggs. However, that being said, I will tell the court that he has a second case, 25 CF 125, that is currently set for the May 12th docket.
He was here this morning. I told him to come back over.
Oh, you did see him? Okay. And Mr. McKinney's telling me that he was here this morning, so if we can just pass him for a few minutes and we'll see when he comes back.
All right.
And then finally, Your Honor, I have Cleophas Mendoza, 24 CF 2469. Your Honor, so Miss Mendoza fell into that docket day with the snowstorm, and she had to be moved to Friday. I made multiple attempts to try and contact her that week and was unable to do so. She did not show up on Friday. The court continued her based on the confusion with the dates being changed. Since then, we've tried to contact her twice. She's not returned our phone calls, and she's not answered the phone. So I have no information for the court on where she is.
All right, issue a no bond capias.
And with that, Your Honor, I will wait and see if Mr. Meggs appears. I can tell the court, though, since he was here this morning, that Mr. Meggs does have a second case and is set for the May docket. My intention is to continue him. So if the court wants to go ahead and continue this case, and I'll get up with Mr. Meggs once he arrives, that way we don't have to recall the case. It's up to the court.
Any
No.
objections?
State has no objection, Your Honor.
What's that other case number?
25 CF 125.
125?
Yes, sir.
And have you been appointed in that case?
I believe so, yes. I believe we have actually filed.
Has the information been filed? Okay.
Okay.
All right, so they'll all be continued then, to
Thank you,
travel
Madam Clerk.
together.
Got me a little nervous because I was like, I'm pretty sure we filed a notice of appearance and that. Okay, just double checking. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate you.
Thank you now, good day.
Judge, this is Kyle Vincent before the court in 24 CF 2189. I would note that Mr. Vincent also has 25 CF 265, which is set on this Thursday, 3/13. I believe that it's the same set of facts. We just did depositions on the 28th of February, and we discussed that new case as well. And I've checked, and information has not been filed yet, or I would enter a plea of not guilty. I'd like to leave him set for the 13th, and I would like to add, Madam Clerk, this case number if we can do that, because the intention is to end up consolidating everything into one case number.
Okay, State?
No objection, that's correct.
Procedurally, I'm going to be requesting a continuance, given the new case, or the new count. But I believe we can address that on the 13th.
All right, so we'll move this case to the 13th, so it'll link up with the new case.
Yes, sir.
right? And what's that case number?
25 CF 265.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See you then on the 13th.
I have two waiver cases we could call.
Say again?
I have two waiver cases that I could call.
Okay, go ahead.
Clarence Walton.
Walton?
Walton, 24 CF 1931.
Yes.
I filed a waiver, given that my client lives in Georgia, and we did a round of depositions at the CAC. There were several people who ended up being excused because they were unable to make the deposition that we need to reset. Those are going to be law enforcement. So I'm going to request a continuance to do that. It would take one cycle.
There's no objection.
All right, let's continue to 512.
Thank you, Judge. I also filed a waiver this morning for Cruz Watson, which is 24CF2368.
Okay.
I'd like to leave this on docket day so that we can move forward with PTI. I'm going to work with Mr. Snell on getting everything we need to make sure we have everything we need on docket day.
All right.
Cruz Watson. That's the PTI. Yep. Yes, sir. That's what I had written down too.
All right. We'll take 15 and give you a chance to round your folks up and get everything processed and ready to go.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
I'll confirm, I think I'm done. If I'm done, I'll just ask you.
We'll chat with Madam Clerk and see.
Yes, sir.
All right? All right.
All rise, please. Sir, reports in at 15.
For years, I proudly served Florida as a state trooper. During that time, I investigated over 1,000 car, motorcycle, and trucking crashes. My mission was simple: to help the victims. Now, as an injury attorney, I can do even more to help accident victims. Hi, I'm attorney Coy Browning. If you've been injured in a car accident, I'd be honored to help you. Call or visit us at browninglawfirm.com.
Hi, I'm Wanda Roberts. For the last 20 years, I've been helping the residents of Northwest Florida buy and sell their properties. My office is just 1 block south of the courthouse in historic downtown Crestview. Give us a call at 850-398-5389.
Hi, I'm Michael Gilbert, defense attorney with Warrior Law. I represent those accused in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton County. If you or anyone you know has been accused of a crime, give us a call. We can help.
Hello, this is Chris Norman at Bulldog Bail Bonds. Our office is in Crestview, Florida, but we service 7 Northwest Florida counties. If you ever find yourself in a jam, please give us a call. We're here to help you out.
Congratulations, Crestviews' very own Dixie Dan Powell of Powell Injury Law, for your recent jury verdict of $11.5 million for your client from a death and injury against an inflatable amusement company. Recognized in 2017 as one of the top 100 civil trial lawyers in the state of Florida, and Dixie is AV preeminent rated. Dixie Dan Powell works tirelessly for his clients, as is evident by this extraordinary verdict. If you're taking your case to trial, be prepared. Contact Dixie Dan Powell and Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667.
Back Home Bakery Cafe is 2 blocks from the courthouse on Crestview's historic Main Street. We serve handmade pastries, espresso, and lunch items, and we're open Tuesday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., serving lunch from 11 to 2. We hope to see you soon.
Hello, I am Bonnie from Body Be Healthy here in Crestview. We have been serving the area since 1999. We're an alternative health food store. If you're interested in bettering your health, we'd like to invite you to stop by. We're located in Court Plaza. Stop by and let us help you be healthy.
I'm Amanda Gaskin with Briar Patch Realty. Helping qualified heroes save money is my passion. When I help a hero buy or sell a home, they receive a check from Homes for Heroes. Check out amandasheroes.com for more information.
For more than 70 years, the sweet aroma of the Crestview Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs has permeated the downtown area. If you have not experienced the unique flavor of Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs, then I encourage you to join us for lunch. Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m., Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m., and Saturday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We're located in historic downtown Crestview at 107 North Main Street. Call 850-683-1045.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999. We're state licensed and insured, family owned and operated with 24 years of local service. We specialize in shingles and metal, re-roofs, repairs, and leak specialists. For all of your roofing needs, call us today or visit our website at cqroofing.com. CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer.
Hey, I'm David at Family Vision of Crestview. We've been providing excellent optical service for Northwest Florida for over 34 years. Come in and let us take care of you.
This is Tiffany Woodham, State Farm's newest agent in Crestview. I'd like to personally invite you to stop by my office for a no-cost policy review. Let me help you start saving today. Call in, walk in, or click in at yourcrestview.agent.com.
Alex Barthay from the UPS store once again, and I wanted to let you know about our Sunday hours. We're open now 7 days a week. Normal hours that you've been expecting, but now we're open Saturday 10 to 4, Sunday 10 to 3, and that's both our Crestview, Fort Walton Beach, and Eglin Air Force Base locations. So you have things to do, go and do it. Just know the UPS store is going to be here. Again, Sundays 10 until 3 p.m.
For years, I proudly served Florida as a state trooper. During that time, I investigated over 1,000 car, motorcycle, and trucking crashes. My mission was simple, to help the victims. Now, as an injury attorney, I can do even more to help accident victims. Hi, I'm attorney Coy Browning. If you've been injured in a car accident, I'd be honored to help you. Call or visit us at browninglawfirm.com.
Hi, I'm Wanda Roberts. For the last 20 years, I've been helping the residents of Northwest Florida buy and sell their properties. My office is just 1 block south of the courthouse in historic downtown Crestview. Give us a call at 850-398-5389.
Hi, I'm Michael Gilbert, defense attorney with Warrior Law. I represent those accused in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton County. If you or anyone you know has been accused of a crime, give us a call. We can help.
Hello, this is Chris Norman at Bulldog Bail Bonds. Our office is in Crestview, Florida, but we service 7 Northwest Florida counties. If you ever find yourself in a jam, please give us a call. We're here to help you out.
Congratulations, Crestview's very own Dixie Dan Powell of Powell Injury Law, for your recent jury verdict of $11.5 million for your client from a death and injury against an inflatable amusement company. Recognized in 2017 as one of the top 100 civil trial lawyers in the state of Florida, and Dixie is AV Preeminent rated. Dixie Dan Powell works tirelessly for his clients, as is evident by this extraordinary verdict. If you're taking your case to trial, be prepared. Contact Dixie Dan Powell and Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667.
Back Home Bakery Cafe is 2 blocks from the courthouse on Crestview's historic Main Street. We serve handmade pastries, espresso, and lunch items, and we're open Tuesday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., serving lunch from 11 to 2. We hope to see you soon.
Hello, I am Bonnie from Body Be Healthy here in Crestview. We have been serving the area since 1999. We're an alternative health food store. If you're interested in bettering your health, we'd like to invite you to stop by. We're located in Court Plaza. Stop by and let us help you be healthy.
I'm Amanda Gaskin with Briar Patch Realty. Helping qualifying heroes save money is my passion. When I help a hero buy or sell a home, they receive a check from Homes for Heroes. Check out amandasheroes.com for more information.
For more than 70 years, the sweet aroma of the Crestview Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs has permeated the downtown area. If you have not experienced the unique flavor of Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs, then I encourage you to join us for lunch. Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m., Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m., and Saturday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We're located in historic downtown Crestview at 107 North Main Street. Call 850-683-1045.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999. We're state licensed and insured, family owned and operated with 24 years of local service. We specialize in shingles and metal, re-roofs, repairs, and leak specialists. For all of your roofing needs, call us today or visit our website at cqroofing.com. CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer.
Hey, I'm David at Family Vision of Crestview. We've been providing excellent optical service for Northwest Florida for over 34 years. Come in and let us take care of you.
This is Tiffany Woodham, State Farm's newest agent in Crestview. I'd like to personally invite you to stop by my office for a no-cost policy review. Let me help you start saving today. Call in, walk in, or click in at yourcrestview.agent.com.
Alex Barthay from the UPS store once again, and I wanted to let you know about our Sunday hours. We're open now 7 days a week. Normal hours that you've been expecting, but now we're open Saturday 10 to 4, Sunday 10 to 3, and it's both our Crestview, Fort Walton Beach, and Eglin Air Force Base locations. So you have things to do, go and do it. Just know the UPS store is going to be here. Again, Sundays 10 until 3 p.m.
For years, I proudly served Florida as a state trooper. During that time, I investigated over 1,000 car, motorcycle, and trucking crashes. My mission was simple, to help the victims. Now, as an injury attorney, I can do even more to help accident victims. Hi, I'm attorney Coy Browning. If you've been injured in a car accident, I'd be honored to help you. Call or visit us at browninglawfirm.com.
Hi, I'm Wanda Roberts. For the last 20 years, I've been helping the residents of Northwest Florida buy and sell their properties. My office is just one block south of the courthouse in historic downtown Crestview. Give us a call at 850-398-5389.
Hi, I'm Michael Gilbert, defense attorney with Warrior Law. I represent those accused in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton County. If you or anyone you know has been accused of a crime, give us a call. We can help.
Hello, this is Chris Norman at Bulldog Bail Bonds. Our office is in Crestview, Florida, but we service 7 Northwest Florida counties. If you ever find yourself in a jam, please give us a call. We're here to help you out.
Congratulations, Crestview's very own Dixie Dan Powell of Powell Injury Law, for your recent jury verdict of $11.5 million for your client from a death and injury against an inflatable amusement company. Recognized in 2017 as one of the top 100 civil trial lawyers in the state of Florida, and Dixie is AV preeminent rated. Dixie Dan Powell works tirelessly for his clients, as is evident by this extraordinary verdict. If you're taking your case to trial, be prepared. Contact Dixie Dan Powell and Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667.
Back Home Bakery Cafe is 2 blocks from the courthouse on Crestview's historic Main Street. We serve handmade pastries, espresso, and lunch items. And we're open Tuesday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., serving lunch from 11 to 2. We hope to see you soon.
Hello, I am Bonnie from Body Be Healthy here in Crestview. We have been serving the area since 1999. We're an alternative health food store. If you're interested in bettering your health, we'd like to invite you to stop by. We're located in Court Plaza. Stop by and let us help you be healthy.
I'm Amanda Gaskin with Briarpatch Realty. Helping qualifying heroes save money is my passion. When I help a hero buy or sell a home, they receive a check from Homes for Heroes. Check out amandasheroes.com for more information.
For more than 70 years, the sweet aroma of the Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs has permeated the downtown area. If you have not experienced the unique flavor of Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs, then I encourage you to join us for lunch. Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m., Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m., and Saturday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We're located in historic downtown Crestview at 107 North Main Street. Call 850-683-1045.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999. We're state licensed and insured, family owned and operated with 24 years of local service. We specialize in shingles and metal, re-roofs, repairs, and leak specialists. For all of your roofing needs, call us today or visit our website at cqroofing.com. CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer.
Hey, I'm David at Family Vision of Crestview. We've been providing excellent optical service for Northwest Florida for over 34 years. Come in and let us take care of you.
Judge, thank you. If I may call Mr. Samuel Strength, he's present and approaching in 24 CF 2555. Yes, Your Honor, this will be a change of plea and no contest this afternoon. Count 1 will be adjudication of guilt, 36 months standard probation. There's a $40 per month cost of supervision, $615 in court costs, $150 in defense costs, 24 hours of community service, substance abuse evaluation with any recommended treatment, maintain gainful employment or submit 3 job applications per week, no alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription, random breath tests, and random urinalysis. Count 2 will be an adjudication of guilt and credit for time served. Ultimately, Your Honor, my client would like to give some testimony to request that the $40 per month cost supervision be waived. But if I may approach with the signed plea form and no objection to this question.
You may approach. And raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Koch said on your behalf and signed the written plea form?
Yes, sir.
How old are you and how far did you go in school?
33 in high school diploma.
You able to read and understand the form?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
And is what you read in the form what Mr. Koch just announced on your behalf?
Absolutely.
Do you understand in this case that you're pleading no contest to the announced charges?
Yes, sir.
And that says to me you believe the state could prove your guilt and you're not going to contest that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also understand that by making this plea, you're waiving your right to a trial by jury where the state would have to prove your guilt?
I do.
In this case, you'll be adjudicated guilty, be sentenced to 36 months probation with fees, cost, community service, substance abuse evaluation, recommended treatment. You must work or be working towards getting a job, no alcohol or drugs, and random testing, in addition to the standard conditions of probation. Is that what you understood?
Yes, sir.
As Mr. Koch answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you.
He did.
And are you satisfied with how he's represented
I
you?
am.
Mhm. And what is it you'd like me to consider, Mr. Koch, about the question of the cost of supervision?
Yes, Your Honor. My client would request that the cost be waived. He has, how many?
If I have 4 children under 7, it's already hard enough out there as it is. I really can't do the community service, but I'm going to try my best.
Okay. All right. I'll waive the cost of supervision under the circumstances.
Thank you.
Check in with probation. You need to move over here and get your prints, and then check in with probation before you leave, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Next would be Ms. Natasha Powers, who's present and approaching, and that's 24 CF 2259. That's Ms. Natasha Powers.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Judge. If we could set this for a plea or trial for docket day next Monday.
Okay. Does the state currently have an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, we do. And the defense should be aware it's adjudication of guilt. That is mandated by the statute for count 2, 2 years of probation, 1 year of a driver's license suspension. Also, that is a mandatory by the statute as well, 24 hours of community service work, Your Honor. And we would also add the extra nugget of if she completes all of the completions of probation and there's no violation, we would automatically terminate probation after 1 year.
And you've discussed with your client that after docket day, there's no plea that the court will take absent unusual circumstances other than guilty as charged, right?
Absolutely, Judge. That was
Okay.
explained.
All right. We'll see you on docket day, which is Monday. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. 9 o'clock, yes, ma'am. See you Monday. Judge, next would be Mr. Alexander Rawl in 23 CF 2594. And that's RAHO. And Your Honor, if I may just have just a brief moment. Your Honor, this will be a plea of no contest this afternoon. It'll be as charged, be a withhold of adjudication, 36 months standard probation, $40 per month cost supervision, $615 in court costs, $150 in defense costs. There's a substance abuse evaluation and any recommended treatment. There's 50 hours of community service, no violent contact with Miss Amanda Rawl, and no violent contact with John Newell. I also wrote in on this printed out plea form, and my client did sign, Your Honor, or initialed next to it. Of course, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol, random breath, and random UAs. If I may approach with a signed plea form and no objection to the score sheet.
Granted. All right, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
I do.
All right, and you put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Koch said on your behalf and signed the written plea form?
Yes, sir.
How old are you and how far did you go in school?
42, graduated high school.
You able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
And is what you read what Mr. Koch just announced on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you're pleading no contest to the charges?
Yes, sir.
And that says to me you believe the state can prove your guilt and you're not going to contest that.
Correct.
Do you understand that you're also waiving your right to a trial by jury based upon making this plea?
Yes, sir.
Adjudication will be withheld. You'll be on 36 months of probation with some fees and costs, substance abuse evaluation, recommended treatment, the 50 hours community service, the no violent contact provisions, the no drugs without a prescription and no alcohol, and random testing in addition to the standard terms of probation. Is that what you understood?
Yes, sir.
Has Mr. Koch answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with how he's represented you?
Yes, sir.
Court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and accept the plea. If you'll check in with probation before you leave.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, if we call Mr. Jonathan Russell, who's present approaching. This is 3 cases, 24 CF 893, 24 CF 914, and 25 CF 34. Yes, Your Honor. Just follow along with I announced. This will be a plea of no contest as charged to all cases, Your Honor. In 24 CF 893, that's count 1 and count 2. 24 CF 914, that's count 1. 25 CF 34, that's count 1, 2, and 3. Will be adjudication of guilt, 60 months of standard probation. There's a $40 per month cost supervision, $1,745 in court costs, $350 in defense costs. There's a substance abuse evaluation and any recommended treatment, 50 hours of community service, maintain gainful employment, or 3 job applications per week. There's an anti-theft class, reserve restitution on all cases and all counts for 180 days, no alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription, random breath test, and random urinalysis. There's a caveat that there will be an automatic termination of probation after 36 months if all requirements are complete and no violations. The remaining counts, 24 CF 893 count 3 and 24 CF 914 count 2, the misdemeanors will be adjudication of guilt, credit for time served. All cases and counts to run concurrent. If I may approach with a signed plea form and no objection to the score sheet.
That's the agreement, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that the court is clear. Even though it's an adjudication and time served on count 3 of 893, any restitution owed on that would be collected during that term of probation from the other counts. So,
All right, so the term of the probation is the payment of any restitution for all counts.
yes, sir.
Okay. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
I do.
All right, and you can put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Koch said on your behalf, and you signed the written plea form?
Yes, sir.
All right. How old are you and how far did you go in school?
27, graduated high school.
You able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
And is what you read in the plea form what was announced to me just now?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand by this plea arrangement that you're pleading no contest to the announced charges?
Yes, sir.
And that says to me that you believe the state can prove your guilt and you're not going to contest that.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand by making the plea you're waiving your right to make the state prove your guilt by a trial?
Yes, sir.
You'll be adjudicated guilty, and on some of the counts, it's credit for time served. And on the other counts, it's 60 months of probation with a provision that if you complete all the conditions and you have no violations, then you can terminate at 36 months automatically.
Yes, sir.
And some of those conditions, in addition to the standard conditions, are that you've got to do the substance abuse evaluation, recommended treatment, 50 hours community service, work or work at getting a job, and the anti-theft class, and restitution may be established within the next 6 months in any of the charges that exist. And no drugs, alcohol without a prescription, and testing to prove that in addition to the standard conditions. Is that what you understood?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have all your questions been answered about the plea and how it affects you?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with how you've been represented?
Yes, sir.
Court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea with the adjudication. If you'd step over here for your fingerprints and then check in with probation before you leave.
Next, Your Honor, I'd like to call Mr. Hayward. Last name is Reeves in 24 CF 847, and that's Reeves with an R. Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to set this for trial, Your Honor, on docket day.
And is there currently an offer?
The defense has maintained that they wanted a trial, and there hasn't really been any negotiations as far as resolving the case, Your Honor.
Okay. And, all right. And the case is tried from the state's point of view. How much time will the state need?
1 day.
The pick and go?
If we did a pick and go, we could do it in a day.
You agree, Mr. Koch?
Just thinking about the depositions, I'd probably request 2 days if it goes to trial, Your Honor, just because we had 2 civilian witnesses that came in for the deposition, potentially that outstanding in New York. So defense would have asked for 2 days, Judge, due to the state's witnesses.
So 2 including jury?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And considering the nature of the charge and the folks involved, do you believe there'd be any reason to have more than the standard number of jurors?
I don't see any objection, just the standard.
Probably, you would normally bring 25, I would think.
It's 22.
22. That'd be fine. I think so.
Well, with the hesitancy.
Yeah, I was thinking 40 is what I was thinking in my mind, because there's some things that
Well, and as you know, I try to be compliant with the directions the Supreme Court has given me, and I'll order more jurors than we need, but I'm supposed to give a reason, so enunciate the reason you believe we need more.
We'll go with the regular 22.
Okay. Do you think that will be sufficient based upon the circumstances, Mr. Koch? Do you think we can pick with your preemptories and the nature of the charge, we can get a jury out of 22?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we'll see you on docket day, and then we'll plan on jury review on the 21st, where we'll set up which days we'll specifically try the case, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
So Monday, I'll see you at 9 o'clock. Yes, sir. Next, if I can call Justin, last name Roulusonis, I always mispronounce it, Roulusonis, and that's in 23 CF 2677, 24 CF 102, Your Honor.
All right.
Judge, this will be a plea to the bench. I anticipate Dr. Zeman and calling my client to testify. Dr. Zeman's office stated that he's available for 4/17, but I know that date piled up. So Dr. Zeman is available on the May 15th date, if I can have that date. If not, the 5/22 date, if possible.
All right, so we're taking the plea and then we're going to do a sentencing? Is that what we're doing, or we're doing it all at the same time?
I'd request we do it all at the same time,
Okay.
if possible. Correct. Yeah, I'm sorry if I misspoke, Judge. If I can, do it all on that 5/15 date.
So take the plea and have the sentencing hearing at the same time?
Yes,
Because you
Judge.
believe it's important for me to hear from Dr. Zeman as part of the plea?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That was my question. I'm sorry, it wasn't a very artfully made one.
Judge?
Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right, so what are we looking like?
So the May dates that were announced are not miscellaneous dates. There is April 24th and June 12th. And then further available dates as well.
Okay, my apology. Yeah, Dr. Zeman was unavailable on the April 24th date. So June
June 12th and June 19th.
12th and 19th. Your Honor, if I may pass on my client, I want to verify those dates. I verified the April and May dates for Dr. Zeman. I just want to reach out to his office.
Yeah, I think the May dates are pretrial
Those are
arraignments and pretrial detention dates. So we wouldn't ordinarily do a plea with a sentencing on there. If Dr. Zeman can't be available, I might make an exception for that because you have to bring him, but check with him first, okay? Okay.
Have a seat. And, Your Honor, if I could shoot an email to my legal secretary.
Absolutely,
to get
absolutely.
Just have a seat. We'll get a firm date on that. In the meantime, if I may call Miss Jennifer Sexton, who's present and approaching. This is 24 CF 125, 24 CF 1029, Your Honor. And if I may approach with the state attorney, Your Honor.
Granted.
This is Tiffany Woodham, State Farm's newest agent in Crestview. I'd like to personally invite you to stop by my office for a no-cost policy review. Let me help you start saving today. Call in, walk in, or click in at yourcrestviewagent.com.
Alex Barthay from the UPS store once again, and I wanted to let you know about our Sunday hours. We're open now 7 days a week. Normal hours that you've been expecting, but now we're open Saturday 10 to 4, Sunday 10 to 3, and that's both our Crestview, Fort Walton Beach, and Eglin Air Force Base locations. So you have things to do, go and do it. Just know the UPS store is going to be here. Again, Sundays 10 until 3 p.m.
For years, I proudly served Florida as a state trooper. During that time, I investigated over 1,000 car, motorcycle, and trucking crashes. My mission was simple, to help the victims. Now, as an injury attorney, I can do even more to help accident victims.
All right.
I'm attorney.
No, your client has shared some information with me that he didn't want the whole courtroom to hear. I'll continue the case. But it's important that you do make your meeting with him because he has to share. Looking at my notes, he received an offer and a score sheet last time, and you were to meet with him so he could go over those circumstances. So it's very important. Now I'm going to continue this to 5/12. But if you meet with him and you have an arrangement before that, then we can come back and take care of the case and resolve it. Okay? So part of your obligations, part of your being out on bond is that you have to cooperate to resolve the case. So you've got to make that meeting, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay? All right, thank you.
That's the next court date. You can call to this. Okay, you're welcome, absolutely. Next, Your Honor, excuse me, last name is Smith Holman, first name Chantel. And that last name's double, it's Smith-Holman in 24 CF 1203. Yes, Your Honor. Just to update the court, the alleged victim in this case was served and failed to appear for a deposition on February 17th. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Snell. This is with Ms. Smith-Holman.
I'm gonna ask the court to set this for the docket day, and I'm gonna try to get in touch with this victim, and hopefully I can know if the victim's gonna be cooperative at that time. I can let the court know.
All right, we'll set it for docket day.
And Your Honor, may I have just clarification? That's docket day without subpoenas? Correct.
That's my understanding.
I just wanted to clarify that, Judge.
Absolutely, good, well to do so, Mr. Koch.
So it'll be Monday, 9 o'clock, same spot. Okay? Yes, ma'am. You're welcome. Next, Your Honor, will be Mr. Brian Strickland in 24 CF 1063. And this was Mr. Strickland in 24 CF 1063.
I'd like to ask the court if I could approach on this case.
Help you. Call or visit us at browninglawfirm.com.
Hi, I'm Wanda Roberts. For the last 20 years, I've been helping the residents of Northwest Florida buy and sell their properties. My office is just one block south of the courthouse in historic downtown Crestview. Give us a call at 850-398-5389.
Hi, I'm Michael Gilbert, defense attorney with Warrior Law. I represent those accused in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton County. If you or anyone you know has been accused of a crime, give us a call. We can help.
Hello, this is Chris Norman at Bulldog Bail Bonds. Our office is in Crestview, Florida, but we service 7 Northwest Florida counties. If you ever find yourself in a jam, please give us a call. We're here to help you out.
Congratulations, Crestview's very own Dixie Dan Powell of Powell Injury Law, for your recent jury verdict of $11.5 million for your client from a death and injury against an inflatable amusement company. Recognized in 2017 as one of the top 100 civil trial lawyers.
It'll be continued to 512. Your lawyer explained what the purpose and what's going on.
That's the next court date, but please stay in contact. Schedule that appointment. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may pass up to confirm those Dr. Zeman dates.
All right.
Thank you.
Judge, I recognize Miss Lilly from this morning. I believe she's Ms. Jaquette's client. There was a capias entered. She was here this morning and then came back. So I would ask the court to withdraw the capias and just place this on Monday for Ms. Jaquette. This is Teresa Lilly.
State.
State has no objection, Your Honor. We would request to be set on docket day just so that we can get Ms. Jaquette in here and we can move the case forward.
All right. Withdraw the capias and we'll set this on docket day. Get in touch with Ms. Jaquette, okay?
Do you have her phone number? Okay, call her as soon as you walk out. Okay. Thank you. I have Christopher Evans, followed by Darce Terrell. Mr. Evans is approaching in 23 CF 1601. This is a 23 case because it's a PTI recall. He has some outstanding monies and community service hours to do. I believe the state's going to give him some time to do that. So we're request a continuance until the May pretrial date. But if the court would allow us to set this for a status somewhere along the way, I think that would be prudent to make sure that Mr. Evans has a goalpost to get everything done by.
So continue it to 512, but you want me to set it on to 424?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That way, if we can go ahead and clear it ahead of time, that would be good.
Okay. All right. All right, so we'll continue the case to 512 and set it on 424 for a status. Basically, that allows you, if you're done on 424, to come on back and we'll be finished. If not, then you'll be here on 512, and the state may have a different opinion about what needs to be done, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you now.
I believe it's the state's opinion that if he gets everything done and completed, that since this was a PTI, that it would result in a dismissal, so.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you now.
And he has provided contact information. I'll provide that to Madam Clerk.
All right.
Mr. Terrell. Mr. Terrell is present before the court in 24 CF 1686. I did file a motion to suppress for Mr. Terrell. That has not been set for a hearing date certain yet. I was going to allow, since I just filed the motion last week, the court to tell us when would be a good appropriate time to hear that motion.
Sounds like 4:24, right, Madam Clerk? 4:24 at 2:30.
Yes, sir. So procedurally, we would continue and then come back on 4/24 at 2:30 for the hearing.
Right, we'll just move the case to 4:24 and we'll decide what to do with it at the time of that hearing.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Just don't cancel the hearing without resetting the date.
No, sir, we won't cancel it. We'll keep that date.
Thank you. All right, thank you now.
Judge Gail Thomas. I represent her in 24 CF 2880. I've sounded the hallway.
State would ask for, okay, peace, Your Honor.
Pleasure.
We'll note that her mail was returned, however, she was in court and was given this date. And the address we have for her is out of state, but as I said, she was in court and provided with this date. And, but it looks like the address on her bond is different from the address that we have listed, Madam Clerk.
If the court will allow me to put it on docket day, I'll endeavor to try to find her.
You see what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you see those addresses there, and so I'll, given that set of circumstances, I'll put it on docket day and see.
Yes, sir, and we'll try to track her down. Julissa Thornton, followed by Alfredo Villa. Ms. Thornton is approaching in 25 CF 8. This is the first pretrial for Ms. Thornton. I believe that we would seek to move forward and set depositions in the matter. We have not done so. We would need to get the discovery, review that first. So I'd request a continuance at this time.
No objection.
But just note that the request for discovery was sent on, looks like, January the 11th, and you haven't received it yet, Mr. McKinney?
Correct. This was a December 29th, 2024 arrest.
Okay. All right, I'll continue the case.
And like I said, we'll get the deposition set as quickly as we can. That's going to be coming back on May Day. Okay, May 12th. That's all? Yeah, okay. Keep in contact with me. As soon as I get that, I'll reach out. Mr. Villa? And he'll be followed by Hunter Wagaman. Have that contact information. Judge, Mr. Villa is before the court in 24 CF 262. The failure to launch on this case has been some outstanding witnesses in Tallahassee. I believe we discussed that a little bit with the court last time. That is the position that we're still in. I'd like to come back on docket day plea and continue. I don't believe that the case is ripe for trial at this juncture. I believe that that would lead us to a resolution if we can get a hold of the people we need to in Tallahassee. So at this point, the request from the defense is to leave this on docket day plea or continue and see if we can get that done by Monday.
All right, state.
That would be ideal, yes.
And whose witnesses are these?
They are, it's an interesting case. It would be a friend of the defendant and his two parents that own the car.
I can't really classify them as defense witnesses. There was a companion case that was either dismissed or not filed on in Tallahassee related to the same incident for the grand theft auto. Most of the witnesses from where the vehicle may or may not have been taken from are in Tallahassee, which has led us to this position. Mr. Villa was arrested here because the OCSO is on the lookout for a vehicle. That's the contact to Okaloosa County.
Okay. All right, so we'll leave it on for docket day.
Yes, sir. With the understanding that the defense is fine with saying last continuance if this gets continued off of docket day.
All right.
Okay, so come back on Monday.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, you're good to go. Hunter Wagaman. Mr. Wagaman is present and approaching 24 CF 859. We attempted depositions on the 25th February. One of those witnesses is not going to be available until, my understanding is June. That is going to be one of the primary law enforcement witnesses. So I would request a 2-cycle continuance because that would be needed to depose the primary officer in the case.
That's correct, and there's no objection.
And that's Investigator Keel.
All right, so that's 7:14. All right.
Obviously, you keep in contact.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hold on. Is that hold on?
All right, it's continued.
Thank you, Judge. 7:14. Keep in contact as soon as I get some more progress.
Sounds good.
Kelvin Watts, followed by Kelly West. Mr. Watts is approaching in 2 case numbers, 24 CF 2325 and 24 CF 2326. I'd like to come back on docket day, plea or continue. I believe that once we get to a restitution amount this week, it will likely turn into a pay and dismiss type situation. So I'd like to leave it on docket day to see if we can go ahead and get that accomplished. Mr. Watts is ready and willing to pay.
Yes.
Once we get a number, as soon as we get that firm number, then we can inform Madam Clerk, and then it would likely be paid through the clerk.
And what's the hang up with getting the number? Because my notes say that's exactly where we were last time.
Yes, sir. We just have to get confirmation of the restitution, and then we can make that payment.
What's the hang up in getting the amount of restitution?
There was two different incidents. I don't know that there was restitution on one of them, and I just want to verify with Lowe's the exact amount. That's it. And if we can approach, and don't want to say something that
Back Home Bakery Cafe is 2 blocks from the courthouse on Crestview historic Main Street. We serve handmade pastries, espresso, and lunch items, and we're open Tuesday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., serving lunch from 11 to 2. We hope to see you soon.
Hello, I am Bonnie from Body Be Healthy here in Crestview. We have been serving the area since 1999. We're an alternative health food store. If you're interested in bettering your health, we'd like to invite you to stop by. We're located in Court Plaza. Stop by and let us help you be healthy.
I'm Amanda Gaskin with Briar Patch Realty. Helping qualifying heroes save money is my passion. When I help a hero buy or sell a home, they receive a check from Homes for Heroes. Check out amandasheroes.com for more information.
For more than 70 years, the sweet aroma of the Crestview Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs has permeated the downtown area. If you have not experienced the unique flavor of Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs, then I encourage you to join us for lunch. Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m., Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m., and Saturday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We're located in
Madam
historic
Clerk,
downtown
make sure that
Crestview
I'm
at
clear in the
107
process. Once we
North
get
Main
a
Street.
dollar certain, we need to file a notice of assessment into the clerk side of things for Mr. Watts to be able to pay you through the clerk. Okay.
Good day.
Kelly West, followed by Jerice Williams. Ms. West is approaching 24 CF 2148. Since we saw the court last, we did complete a deposition of the lead investigator, Investigator Lester Withers. We learned additional information when we did that. I'm going to request a continuance that's going to lead to additional requests for records related to other incidents that are important to this case. So I'm going to request a continuance to do that. I'm unsure if additional depositions are needed at this time, but I need additional information from the lead investigator.
Spade?
no objection.
All right. So 512?
Yes, sir. And if we are going to try to conduct any additional depositions, I'll get that scheduled as quick as I can.
Right, and if it looks like that's not going to happen by 512, then just collaborate with the state and let's move it off. No reason just to leave it on the docket to come back and say we're continuing it.
Yes, sir. It looks like we're tracking down some additional bank records from other incidents that may be pertinent in this case that we did not know about until we did the deposition.
Okay. All right, very good.
Thank you. Jerice Williams.
These two cases, both show active on the clerk's website. Do you know why Jerice Williams, the one they're doing there? Yes. 17.
Yes. Right, not this pay Monday, maybe Monday. I'm gonna work double time to try to get that file.
So you do that right? You don't check.
Like I said,
The reason I'm pausing, Mr. McKinney, and you know how I approach this. When I see something that doesn't make sense on the docket, I want answers. And I show on 2017 CFs 2750 and 2017 2190, both have active warrants for your client.
interesting.
Now, in perusing the progress docket, it appears that those are VOP warrants from a year and a half or more ago. And so I don't think they're really outstanding, but the last thing I want is for that to pop up when it shouldn't be there. And so that's the reason when I noticed that in preparation for today, I asked Madam Clerk if she could figure it out, and I think she's come to the same conclusion I have. I believe those warrants have been served. I don't think they remain outstanding, but according to the clerk,
So what it looks like is the case, both of them were reopened due to a new arrest, and then after the VOP weren't filed. So it is still outstanding, but the case was already reopened.
So it was already placed on the docket for the felony violations of probation?
Yes, sir, due to the new arrest.
but the sheriff doesn't show anything active.
No, I remember that.
And I think we're here because of that VOP.
Correct, that's tracking along with the new
Right, so
case, which is
how do
24
we
CF
resolve
1687.
that so that there's no question about an active process for the defendant?
The warrant itself showed a bond for a $5,000 signature, and then it showed that a $5,000 signature bond was posted.
So that warrant should be resolved. How do we do that? How do we fix that? Yes.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Okay.
And is that on both cases?
Yep.
Okay. So we'll take care of that and be sure that's squared away.
Thank you, Judge. Certainly,
welcome.
thank you to the court for the court's diligence there. It sounded like the probation officer for Mr. Williams had the same questions. Procedurally, I'd like to come back on docket day, plea or continue. We've done depositions since we last saw the court. That's going to lead me to likely filing a motion in this case. So I'm going to try to work double time to try to get that at least filed by docket day and to see if that changes the position and where we're at in negotiations with the state.
All right, very good. Stay in touch with Mr. McKinney, and we'll see you on docket day, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yep. Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor. Can we please recall Mr. Justin Louisianis? That was at 23 CF 2677 and 24 CF 102.
Okay,
Judge,
cool.
I did confirm the dates with Dr. Zeman. If we can set this for June 12th, Your Honor.
All right. And so this will be, we'll move the whole case to June the 12th for change of plea and sentencing at the same time. Is that what we're planning on doing?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's because you believe we need Dr. Zeman here to do both the things together as part of that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? State any objection to that process?
No objection.
Now, you'll need to stay in touch with Mr. Koch, so he needs to have access to you to talk with you and be prepared for 6/12. He'll be talking to Dr. Zeman, but he probably will have questions for you, and since you live away, he'll need to have you available by phone so he can have you answer the questions. He needs to be properly prepared for that hearing on 6/12, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Koch, what time would that be?
It'd be 2:30.
2:30.
Thank you. I'll
Thank you.
write that down. That's that next court date?
Is that everybody?
Yes, Your Honor. If I may ask a favor to the court, if I may just call 2 cases, I believe these are last for Mr. Gomez. I can get him out of here, if I may.
No, let's take the other ones.
So kind of Mr. Koch.
The first one would be Mr. Joe Petit in 24 CF 2912.
Okay.
Judge, he was present this morning. I did file a waiver seeking a first-time continuance to that 5/12 pretrial date.
Yeah, I think we did that, right?
We didn't address it, but he was here this morning.
There's 2 petites, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
one's Bryant and then one's Joe.
Okay, so I took care of, okay, I put those notes in the wrong one then? What did we do with Bryant?
On Bryant, hold on, that was Mr. Nopes, if I'm not mistaken.
I show a new case, and we
Set for
continue to
5/12.
5/12.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and this is Joe.
Yes, Your Honor.
And a difference.